And for those of you that aren't, just chill. See, we're gonna get down to the other stuff here in a second. But what I'm always trying to get everybody to understand is everything is vibration. So, before we do anything else, just vibe.
Wow, those motherfuckers kissing, man. They still kissing. Niggas jacking their dick up under the cover. All that. I don't participate in that raping myself shit. Fuck that. I need to give me some motherfucking ass, some hands, some yaya.
Marcus Cat House, what's up?
Where the hoes?
Happy birthday, Queenie.
Where the hoes? Looking, tighten up, trying to tighten up. Where the hoes? Where the hoes?
Yeah.
I'm coming down clean. I put in my work. Got a $10,000 link medallion hanging on a $2,000 shirt. The game been good. And all the hoes wanna sit on leather in the wood. Bitches trying to price my diamonds, but that shit is just so common cause they see a nigga shining.
But I'm moving too fast.
96 carats, if you think that you can manage. Got the drink in the salad, now the bitches in the day. I'm coming down tough way. I'm trying to see what's up. I see some big asses and titties. Now we flipping.
Najana Sturgis.
The attitude too shitty, but I bought no flicks. And talking about the Malcolm, but I'm riding on the X. The hobby was so wet, I'm slipping out my lane. The bitch was on her knees and now she running me a game. I bet they never seen a big truck like that. I bet they never got a dick suck like that.
Yeah.
The bitch didn't know that I was working the whole scene. Now we watching that bitch up on a 5-piece screen. The kidder and the clean, the stardom in the show, the chauffeurs and the stokers, hotel bitches and the hoes. I got the haters and the jackers and the $1 million crackers trying to close me down, but I got ghetto love. I'm Pimp C, bitch. I'm coming down richer than rich, so bitch, you know you gotta give me good stuff.
Ba, 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 da, da, da. Najana Sturgis. Looking for that good stuff. Just vibe. Welcome to the function. It's that Leo Moon vibe. Too short. Newport. Make sure you hit the like button as you come in the door. Pop Trunk, got skunk, and Gosta. Yeah, make sure y'all hit the like button as you come in the door. We're gonna take just a few minutes to let a few more people trickle in, and then we're gonna get down to the nitty gritty. Now today, we're gonna touch on the transits and elaborate on the aspects that might be affecting you. But then after that, I'm gonna get into the priceless top 10 myths and trends that need to end when it comes to astrology. Yeah, we myth busted. And if you haven't smiled yet today, now would be the perfect time to do so. I'm talking right now.
The blind stares of a million pairs of eyes, looking hard but won't realize that they will never see the P.
Yeah, we can vibe, or we can get into some real gangster shit. And I don't think you want that. Not with me. Just let it seep in.
Give me my money and stacks and lace my bitches with non figures. Real niggas fingers on nickel plated non-triggers.
This is that Leo Moon vibe.
I catch them while they coked up and weeded up and fire. Now them niggas bleeding. See me in flesh and test and get your chest blown. Straight out the west, don't get blown. My adversaries cry like hoes. Open and shut like doors. Is you a friend or foe? Nigga, you ain't know. They got me stretched out on death row. I seen money, but baby, I got to get more. You can make go to pop, and I ain't stopping till I'm well paid.
Beats by Bless Zone Now Music. Let's zone out.
I am a boss player getting high. And when I'm rolling by, niggas can't see me.
The stairs of a million pairs of eyes, and you'll never realize.
Been getting word that these square motherfuckers with nerves saying they can get what else, but picture me getting served. My own mama say I'm thugged out. My shit be popping out the record store as if it was a drug house. My lyrics bang like a trip of blood.
Nigga, what?
It ain't nothing but a party when we thug. And there I was, a young nigga with heart. And
Make sure y'all hit that fucking like button. We'll get to the rest in a second.
Money and weed, Alizé and Hennessy. To my thug niggas in lockdown, witness me. Bail on these hoes and flow smoke the life of a boss player.
Fuck what you thought, though.
My enemies deceased. Die like a bitch when my album hit the streets. Niggas can't see me. Niggas can't see me.
Yeah. Welcome to the function.
You niggas made a mistake. You should've never put my bars with Drake. Them thug niggas have arrived and it's judgment day. Hey, homie, if you feel me, tell them tricks that shot me, that they missed, they ain't kill me. I can make a motherfucker shake.
Rattle and roll.
I'm full of liquor, thug nigga, quit the job and come home. And I can make you jealous niggas famous. Fuck around with you. I see how good a nigga's aim is. I'm just a rich motherfucker from the way. If it's rapping, bring me money, then I'm rapping till I'm paid. I'm getting green like I'm supposed to. Nigga, I holla at these hoes to see how many I can go through. Look to the star and visualize my debut. Niggas know me to play, I gotta stay true. Don't be a dumb motherfucker.
This is that Aries Sun Leo Moon vibe. We on fire.
Check this out.
We're gonna take just a few minutes and let a few more people trickle in, and then we're gonna get to it. That means we're gonna touch on the transits and elaborate on the aspects, but after that, we're gonna get into the priceless top 10 trends that need to end when it comes to astrology. Yeah, we're gonna myth bust today. I run an international business, Geraldine Hall. How much you getting paid to hate? You just can't see me. With an attitude like that, you can't feel me. That hate you spewing could never kill me. Just vibe. Yeah.
Right before your very eyes, you won't even visualize.
Yeah.
Dr. Dre all day.
Just vibe.
I dedicate this to you punk motherfuckers. This was for you, big baby. Cause you bitch ass niggas can't see me. Niggas can't see me.
Vibe. You can't see me. I'll be right back. I gotta let my dog in.
it all day. Hoes y'all chase. Wanna fuck me? The things you niggas brag about ain't shit to me. I feel it's only right to say. You niggas need to get up on my level. 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 Get up on my level.
Yeah, we finna get to it.
Get up on my level. Get up on my level. You niggas need to get up on my level.
Yeah.
Get up on my level. Get up on my level. Get up on my level. Get up on my level.
Get up on my level.
Get up on my level.
Just fine.
Get up on my level. Ain't square when the police has took me. Can't see you niggas. Bred to death in central booking. Can't see you niggas. It was for my team, I took it. Can't see you niggas. Not thinking they would play me pussy. I can't see you niggas. Talked about when I'm not looking. Like Stevie Wonder. Play with keys while making music. Like Stevie Wonder. Smiling bright throughout my struggle. Like Stevie Wonder. Rich as shit, but can't see nothing. Just like Stevie Wonder. Money and shit. Got it all day. Get it
Just
all day.
vibe.
Hoes y'all chase. Wanna fuck me? The things you niggas brag about ain't shit to me. I feel it's only right to say.
Yeah.
You niggas need to get up on my level. Get up on my level. Get up on my level.
Make sure y'all hit that like button. We finna talk about what's going on cosmically in just a few minutes. Yeah.
Get up on my level. 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 Going hard for him in the paint. Never had a real family. That nigga I called daddy. I never had a real daddy. They was already making music. I just added rap talent. Came out of prison, pursuing my dream. Now everybody mad at me. I ain't never try to dish y'all. All I ever did was tell the truth. Pray every one of y'all artists make it. Gonna do. I still salute. Got real niggas from New Orleans. All they do is clip corners. Made men don't make statements. You bigger than that, that's phony. Want every nigga that rap from Louisiana to make it. Medication and meditation and elevating the greatness. I'm not bothered by your diss. You was in your feelings. Gave you niggas my all and you mistreat your nigga. Now I can't see you niggas. Get up on my love. Love don't live you anymore. I can't see you niggas. Get up on my love.
Just vibe.
I can't see you niggas. I can't see you niggas. I'm a coach when I can't see you niggas. You what you I can't see you niggas.
Yeah. Before we go any further, understand this is a vibe tribe. We're going to raise the vibration with this knowledge and information. We're here to talk astrology and numerology or anything else that helps you raise that vibration. If this ain't for you, swipe up. Because if you expose yourself as a hater, either myself or one of my constituents are going to ban you immediately. I'm talking exile. Because then you'll be able to observe, but you'll never be able to be a part of this. Nor should you be. This is about vibration. We're not hungry for attention or thirsty for subscribers. No. None of that. There are thousands of us all over the world. You either fuck with it or you don't. Stop playing with yourself. Vibe.
Let's roll out to Miami, MIA.
Yo.
Baby, how that sound? When I'm feeling high, I'm probably on some light skin. When I'm feeling low, I'm sipping on some brown. Won't you come trips to California? We can get with it, show you how the shit goes down. You know around the world it get nasty, and I'ma be right there, don't wear that's where the cash be.
I'll be right back once again. Hold up.
I'ma be right there, right where the cash be.
Move, fatty, you not ready. I'm
Mama get the cheese with the bread with spaghetti. Letty, steady, can play with them pros. Opportunistic, I stay on them hoes. I ain't got time to be hanging with y'all, especially when there is no money involved. You ain't seen mighty long red beam on his dome. Point seen money gone. That's what I told Miami and get MIA. Baby, how that sound? When I'm feeling high, I'm probably on some light skin. When I'm feeling low, I'm sipping on some brown. Won't you come just to California? We can get with it, show you how the shit goes down. You know around the world it get nasty. And I'ma be right there, nowhere that's the cash. Robert De Niro, fly as a sparrow. Profit to profit, arrow to pharaoh. Live bueno, hustle like Mano. All money in, no Drano. Ain't nobody get it like I get mine. More paper to Jamaica, I make it, bake it, shake it, and take it and make it. Never had to fake it to make it. Just put the pedal to the metal, rock it up and reflect it. I'm living the fast life, jet after jet and trying to keep my cash right. I know you understands the meaning. Hand full of greening, while the fans keep feeding. Straight up, no leaning. I'm right where the chips at, or either in the hood where the crips at. You ain't seen mighty long red beam on his dome. Point seen money gone. That's what I told Miami and my day. Baby, how that sound? When I'm feeling high, probably on some
Yeah, we still
light
here.
skin. When I'm feeling low, sipping on some brown. Won't you come just to California? We can get with it, show you how the shit goes down. You know around the world it get nasty. And I'ma be right there, nowhere that's where the cash be.
Yeah.
Cash be.
Welcome to the Leo Moon vibe.
And I'ma be right there, right where cash be. Yeah, yeah.
Excuse me, I have a hernia. I have to go adjust this truss.
All right, now I need passion to the stage. I need
So please bear with me.
Malaya, passion. I need y'all to the stage. Let's go.
This is the
I
vibe.
need y'all on the stage. Let's go. Work. Always been the type to get it across the border at the plate. I got hits. What you mean? I throw the dart at the wall. Off the wall. I feel like Mike. I don't miss niggas talking. She say I took his bitch. Hit that pussy. Get took one eye. Hit that hoe quick. It was just a not at all. I ain't get to see the wall. Top them all. Fuck they all. Fuck the law. Fuck you thought. I ain't changed. See my shit. Look like a car. Flash man. Flashy dancing. Dancing on me. Dirty dancing. Dancing like my double cup. Eliminate them niggas that be talking tough. Say you got money.
This is the vibe.
Multiply. Fuck addition. Fucking bitches all night. Macaulay Culkin. Rich and riches. This the life. They walk away. It's so delicious. Up in
Make sure y'all hit the like button. I need as many likes as I have people in my chat, and that's when we'll get it cracking. And after I touch on the transits and elaborate on the aspects, we're going to get into the priceless top 10 myths and trends that need to end when it comes to astrology. Just vibe. Yeah. Now let's talk about what's going on cosmically.
Same.
Let me give you an energetic forecast,
8.
if you will. So first of all, we have the sun now sitting at 27 degrees of Aries. So we deep into this Aries season. Matter of fact, it's almost over with. Yeah. This is where impulses rise from deep inside and you feel compelled to act. You could be a little bit more impatient than usual. Some might even say pushy. You can find yourself being more assertive, and if not, downright more aggressive. Sometimes you just want to tell them you don't give a fuck. That's Aries season. Take it how you want to take it. Fire. Yeah. I like that. See, the sun is also coming into a square with Pluto, so things are picking up in intensity. These impulses are forcing you to want to make changes. Some people just want to do things differently. Some people are tired of the same old shit. Whatever it is, there's an electricity building inside of you. It's picking up in intensity. That's where it makes you feel even more compelled to act. And when I say act, I don't mean put on a show. I mean let the motherfucking world know. This is an action-oriented energy. Yeah. The fuck you gonna do? This is the vibe. Just let it seep in. Yeah. This is the fire burning inside, but this is an electrical fire with the sun square to Pluto in Aquarius. Our own stubbornness will be called into question in a few days, but right now, it's compulsion. Yeah, it's not obsessive, it's impulsive. You feel like you got to. And that's intense and it's right. Right? Now, the moon. The moon is sitting at 8 degrees of Leo. And what this is dramatic emotion. This is where things get a little bit exaggerated. You might even catch yourself exaggerating. What you have to do is take a step back. Figure out, are you really expressing yourself or are you just pandering to a motherfucking audience? That's the question with the moon in Leo. But either way, overall, it's a fun feeling. But you can see some extra exaggerated displays of emotion. Things could get a little dramatic. There might even be some dramatic conflicts with the moon in Leo and the sun in Aries. But that is what it is and was what it was, cuz. Yeah. What you gonna do about it? Now, the moon is really unaspected for a little bit, and that's unique. That there's nothing complicating your emotions. That's why they're coming out the way that they are. But there could definitely be some dramatic displays. You could catch some people putting on a show. You might even see somebody throw a motherfucking fit. That's the truth. Yeah. This is fire. Yeah. Now, Mercury is sitting retrograde at 19 degrees of Aries. So when you see Mercury sitting at 19 degrees of Aries and it being retrograde, what this is impatience. What this is aggression. What this is when you rushing, you could end up rushing into a conflict or making a mistake. People are gonna have headaches more than usual right now. People are gonna get burned. My lady just got burned the other day. She was cooking and trying to rush and touched the stove top, just touched the burner on the stove with her bare hand. Ended up with a pretty bad burn. You can see people having car accidents because they're going too fast. You can see road rage things. You can see people getting shot, people getting fucked up, fighting, arguing. You can see people talking out of the side of their neck and coming at you crazy. Yeah, this is Mercury retrograde in Aries. Yeah. But what you have to understand is People are saying exactly what the fuck they mean right now. You're saying exactly what the fuck you mean right now. Even if you shouldn't have said it right then, you meant that shit. And that's important. That brings an important awareness into the mix, especially with Mercury conjunct to Chiron. See, Chiron is the wounded healer. So people could make some mistakes. People could cause some conflicts. But in the process of that, there's a certain awareness of where situations really stand. As I've said throughout this whole Mercury retrograde, the theme here is if you find yourself talking crazy to somebody or saying something really assertive to somebody or saying something that might even be perceived as mean, the truth of the matter is you meant that shit. It would have probably helped for you to be a little bit more tactful, but that's the truth. So pay attention to that. Also, when somebody's coming at you some type of way, pay attention to how they came at you because they meant that shit. That's how the fuck they really feel. Even if they apologize, even if they say, oh, you know what, I shouldn't have said that. What they mean is they shouldn't have said that right then because they meant that shit. And that doesn't have to be a crucial problem. That just gives you an awareness of where you stand and who you are and who they are. Yeah. Aries is awareness. That's why the sun is exalted in Aries. With Mercury here, there could be some sudden realizations. There could be some people that act without thinking. Is that you? I hope not. I sincerely hope not. But we can only do what we can do, right? Now. Damn, somebody's at my door. I'm sorry, I'll be right back. God, I don't know who. Sorry, that was Amazon. I can only do what I can do. Not my bad. Now, Valhalla, I guess that can go for compliments also, yes. I guess that's one way you could look at it, most definitely. But that's also when somebody's shooting their shot at you right now. If somebody that you didn't know felt some type of way at you and they came at you, it's probably something that they've been holding in for a while, but now they have the courage or the impulse to act. So you could easily see somebody shooting their shot or see somebody coming at you, you know, in a way that they've never came at you before. Now, that doesn't always have to be an aggressive thing or a conflict. Sometimes that's somebody shooting their shot. Sometimes that's somebody speaking to you who never had the courage to say it to you before. So pay attention. That brings an awareness. Yeah. There might not be any tact, but there's definitely an impulse to act. Just fine. Now, just let that seep in. That right there, that brings us to Venus. Now, Venus is also in Aries. Venus is actually coming into a conjunction with Mercury. They're meeting up in a conjunction in just a couple of days. Well, really, they're in conjunction now. They're in that 5-degree orb, but they're coming into a tight conjunction over the next couple of days. This is going to develop. So that's especially true right now when it comes to people shooting that shot or people coming at you and you be like, damn, I didn't know you felt like that. But that could also cause some problems with relationships. This is Mercury retrograde. So you can see some situations where, you know, where people are doing stuff that's not necessarily healthy for their relationship. They might be speaking to somebody or acting impulsively or doing things without considering somebody else's feelings. All of this is within the realm of possibility. But you got to figure out how you gonna handle it, how that works out for you. Yeah, it is what it is, right? Now, now that next brings us to the fact that Venus in Aries is an impulsive, passionate feeling in the first place. Venus in Aries is where people are, you know, acting on their emotions, acting on their desires. And so what happens with this, pardon me, I said what happens with this is people jumping into situations without considering the implications. They wanted what they wanted, but it's not about the consequences. It's about satisfaction. It's about fulfillment. Yeah, can you feel me? Yeah, straight like that. Just let that seep in. Now, what's up, Licious Booty? What if you have Aries in the 8th house? It just makes it even more passionate. It's somewhere deep inside of you where there's this fire burning that it seems unquenchable. And so it causes you sometimes to do some things. And you don't know why you did it, but you had to do it. And it felt good. Yeah, I know that. It is what it is, though, right? Just let it seep in. I love it. Now, with Venus conjunct to Mercury, and Mercury being retrograde, like I said, you can find some issues that kind of come up where you didn't consider your relationship. You were talking to someone, or you or you did something, and that ends up causing a problem. That's the truth. Or where that happens with your partners, and that doesn't give them an excuse because they should have thought about it. They should have never been in the position to put y'all in any type of jeopardy anyway. But this is some stuff that's going to happen over the next few days. You can find yourself entertaining something that you normally wouldn't entertain because you know better. It's not that you weren't interested, it's just you know better than entertaining it. But right now, you don't know better. No. And it don't matter. You want what you want. You are what you are. Now people are going to see where people are and who people are and how people are. And that's interesting in its own dynamic. Now, we next have to consider the fact that Mars is sitting at 19 degrees of Pisces. So emotions make everything more complicated right now. Whether it's your emotions, whether it's the mood of the moment, whether it's the temperature of the time, there's this feeling that makes things just a little bit more complicated. It makes it a little bit harder to get things done. It makes it just that much harder for energy to work efficiently. But if you can get into a rhythm, if you can find some type of way to channel this creatively, oh, this is actually a beautifully divine expression. See, Mars is sextile to Jupiter and Uranus in Taurus while conjunct to Saturn. So man, in its own right, this can cause some issues. In its own right, this can fuck with you a little bit. All right. You can find yourself having some really complex feelings about stuff, and you don't know what to do with that feeling. So it makes life more complicated to live. It makes things that more harder to get accomplished. But like I said, if you can chill out and find some type of way to parlay that into some type of creative endeavor, you can make something divinely priceless right now. Divinely priceless. But you got to do it. Can't just talk about it. You got to be about it. For real, for real. You got to be about it. Now, with Mars sextile to Jupiter, that brings, and this being Pisces and Taurus, that brings a certain element of creativity and fun into the mix. Now, the interesting thing is with Mars conjunct to Saturn, that can also have you feeling bogged down. It can make the energy just a little bit drowned out by emotion, drowned out by worry, drowned out by doubt. There's all types of stuff with this. But with Mars sextile to Uranus, you get these urges, these flashes of brilliance. So what you do is use all of this and find some type of way to parlay it creatively. That's the best thing you can do. Otherwise, you fuck yourself up. And all of that is a problem in its own right. All right? In its own right. Now, just vibe. Yo. What you gonna do? Stop? What you gonna do? Let this feeling destroy you? No. What you gotta do is employ it. Make it work for you. Because I'm telling you, Mars being sextile to Jupiter is beautiful. I have Mars sextile to Jupiter natally. And it's through that I can do all things. Why? Because I believe I can. So Mars sextile to Jupiter, especially with this being Taurus and Pisces, it gives a certain element of belief. And you need that. You need to use that, pardon me, not need that. You need to use that and channel it in a way that you can find faith. Because that faith in self, that faith in situation, that faith in God, whatever it is that you need, that allows you to have the patience to deal with whatever comes your way. And with this also being sextile to Uranus, you also might be presented with unique opportunities to use that to your advantage and make it work for you tangibly. And that could end up proving lucrative. Yeah. And we like a profit. We like a profit around here. Now, that brings us to Jupiter. And Jupiter is at 20 degrees of Taurus now. So Jupiter is philosophy, it's abundance, it's blessings, it's expansion, it's luck. But it can also be too indulgent, too expansive. It can go like that very easily. Jupiter doesn't know when to stop. Jupiter doesn't want to stop. It wants to keep expanding. So what you gonna do? Just let it seep in. Now, what's up, Parisha Slaughter? What's up, Johnny? With Jupiter in Taurus, this is a philosophy of abundance. This is a very patient energy. It's accumulative. It's sensual. It wants you to make every second count. It wants you to make the mood and the things that you're going through pay. It wants you to make it all worth it. But it can be overindulgent. It can be lazy. It can be super stubborn, complacent, greedy. All right. And Jupiter's conjunct to Uranus. And Taurus is going to represent finances here. So this is opportunities for people to make money. This is what this is. It's not the most stable expression because this is Jupiter and Uranus. But this is right here where you all of a sudden could actually come into some very lucrative times. Or you could have some major expenses come up out of the blue right now. Even both. Even both. You could also have tremendous changes in values or reaffirmations of your values. Say, oh, this is why I don't cross that line. This is why I don't get down like that. This is why. And that right there is a valuable experience in itself. This is where you can see your self-esteem grow. Are you with that? You should be. You should be. Fine. Yeah. Now, whew. Let's talk about Saturn. Because Saturn is sitting at 15 degrees of Pisces. And what this is unresolved stuff. This is things you've been ignoring, things you don't want to take care of coming up. And sometimes because of this stuff happening all at once, it feels like the universe is conspiring against you or you're a victim of circumstance. No. You're just a part of a process. You're not a victim of circumstance. Life is not happening to you. You are just a part of a process. You're made up of all types of processes and systems. That's what you are. A collection of processes and systems. I don't think you hear me though. Life is not happening to you. You're not a victim of circumstance. All this stuff that's going down right now in your life, it's not because karma's coming to get you. It's because karma is happening all of the time. As I tell you every time we speak on this, karma is not consequence. Karma is just a process. This is the stuff you haven't taken care of. This is the stuff you ignored. This is the stuff that you're scared of. You got to deal with it. Everybody needs to deal with their shit. You have to stop letting the past have so much control over the present moment and your projection to the future. You have to learn how to deal with that resentment. You have to learn how to face life without crutches or addictions or escapist tendencies. You got to stop worrying about shit you can't control. You have to stop letting fear control your life. That's the truth. It's just a part of emotional maturity. It's just a process of growth. You need to deal with your shit. I got to deal with my shit. They got to deal with their shit. Life is not happening to us. We are not victims of circumstances. We are parts of a process. The stuff you're dealing with now is just stuff. It's just a part of life. Even if it's the worst type of stuff, even if you're sick, even if you've lost somebody, even if you yourself are dying, whatever the fuck is going on, it's just stuff you need to deal with. Plain and simple. You got to take care of it. That's the truth. What's up, Carmela McKay? What's up, Australia? Hold up, I'll be right back one more time. I'm sorry, y'all. What's up, Raymond During? My bad, y'all. What's up, Danny Bethea Vermont? My bad, y'all. But I'm gonna probably leave like that a couple more times. So you have to deal with me like that today. I had to come, but like I said, I got a hernia and I drank a whole bunch of coffee and water, so I'm pissy, to say the least. So yeah, bear with me, please. I'm sorry. Now, with Saturn in Pisces, we just have to deal with our shit. Whatever the fuck is going on. And have compassion for other people as they're dealing with their shit. That's another part of this too. Have compassion for people that are dealing with shit and going through shit. Like, the world is like that right now. we're in one of those times right now where this shit is frustrating, and it can really take a toll on you. People are dying. People are getting sick. People are fed up with certain situations. People are going through stuff in their personal lives. People have had their heart broken. And yeah, we need to deal with our shit, but we also need to have compassion for the next man. And maybe us going through our own shit is what fuels us to have the compassion, because we realize it, man. Maybe we've been cold and insensitive to other people's situation this whole time. That's something you got to think about, like, damn. But we've also been neglectful and ignorant to our own situation. There's some things you can't escape. There's some things you can't ignore. There's some stuff you just got to deal with. If not, it's going to stay there. It's not going to just go away. And at times, that's a painful realization. At times, that can really fuck with you. For real. Like, what do we do? It's scary. Now, just remember, you're not a victim. Life is not happening to you and you alone. Compassion can show you that also. Empathy can help you realize that. Hey, man, people are going through it. Shit is fucked up. Excuse me. Ooh, excuse me, y'all. See, I'm messed up right now. But yeah, you just have to allow yourself to feel for others and take your time and be patient with yourself as you go through your stuff. But keep an official understanding that there's stuff you have to go through. There's some stuff you just got to deal with. Doing that makes you realize that you're not a victim. Life is not out to get you. Your karma is not coming for you. Because karma is not consequence. Consequence is consequence. Karma is a process. So when people say, oh, that's your karma or that's their karma, they're just saying, hey, man, that's not my business. That's their business. But we have made everything fatalistic from a Western perspective. Everything has to be consequential. So when we see somebody going through a bad time in life, you say that's their karma coming to get them. When you see somebody that you don't like or somebody that you heard something bad about going through some tough shit, you say that's their karma coming to get. Karma doesn't come to get you, or all the bad people in the world will be struggling. That's the truth. And they're not. They won't be. Some people are going to continue to prosper. Some people are going to enjoy living this out because that's what they signed up for. That's a part of their process. You're a part of your own process. Whatever's going on with you is stuff you got to deal with. It's not a consequence of something that you've done. It could be a consequence of something that you've left undone, though. Something that you've been ignorant about. Something you've been trying to avoid or escape. Now that's something else. Yeah. But you're not a victim. You're just a part of a process. Yeah. Remember that. It's all a part of the process. So you need to process it. That's the healthiest thing for you. Find some type of way to process this shit you're going through. It doesn't mean you're not going to go through shit. It means you have to find a way to process it, and that makes it that much easier on you. Because the stress, the worry, it might be for nothing, but you don't know until you face it and deal with it. The resentment you have with somebody, that could be some stupid shit. There could actually not be a problem between y'all at all, but you don't know unless you find out. Where did this feeling come from? How do I process it? You know, with situations like myself, a person can worry about being sick, but never go to the motherfucking doctor. And then it's crazy when all of a sudden you have a real health issue. Well, you would know what was going on if you took your ass to the doctor. You would be able to deal with it and if you took your ass to the doctor. But for me, I'm scared of the doctor. You feel me? That's fucked up in its own right. It can be a trip sometimes. But what am I supposed to do? Just a part of the process. Now, that brings us to Uranus. Uranus is right past the orbit of Saturn. And it's the first planet that can't be seen without the aid of a telescope. Uranus represents the sky in us. It's all about that which transcends the limits of finite life. And Uranus raises the vibration of everything it comes in contact with. And so, this is Taurus. Taurus is solidarity, stability, security, finance, sensuality, values. And so, Uranus doesn't like being in Taurus. Taurus is too calm. So that creates an irritation. Matter of fact, Uranus falls in Taurus. That means it's probably one of its worst expressions. These energies don't work well together. That's the truth. They just don't work well together. So with Uranus in Taurus, first of all, you can see people having profound changes of values. And we've seen that over the last 5 years. People have seen their value systems change completely. There's stuff people are willing to do for money now that they would never do before. They would have laughed at other people for doing that before, but why do they want to do it now? Because it's shown that it pays, that it's actually profitable. And that's not just OnlyFans and stuff like that. There's all kinds of stuff. A lot of these ride shares, a lot of people that started their own business, a lot of people that are dancing on motherfucking social media, they would have laughed at other people for doing that. But now that they've seen that people are actually getting paid from it, it made them have a profound change in their value systems. And as time changed, values change naturally. But this is a more dramatic process. This shit has been ramped up. Now, Uranus in Taurus also is going to take away stability. We're not in very stable times, and we all know that. But because of the times that we're in and things being so unstable, there are also infinite opportunities for you to prosper uniquely. Just you. Every person is no longer just a person, but they're also a business in their own right. Even if you don't do anything on social media to make money, or even if you don't drive Uber or Lyft, or don't do DoorDash, even if you don't motherfucking do YouTube, even if you don't make plates, even if you don't do OnlyFans, whether you know it or not, your data is being sold. People are keeping tabs of what you do and where you go, and your data is being sold. As you come here on YouTube and the algorithm picks up on who you are and how you come here, you'll be introduced into different stuff that you see. You'll also be seeing ads that are catered specifically to you. See, everybody that's watching these videos, when an ad pops up, it's not the same ad for everybody. It's something that's been specifically catered to your taste because your data has been sold. So even if you're not a prophet to yourself, you're going to be a prophet to somebody. Yeah. A lot of y'all don't get it. That's why you ain't got it. That's the truth. What's up, Deuce? There's so many ways to make money. There's no excuse for being broke, but that is not something that is stable. The shit that you think is gonna make some money now might end up being something that people shun tomorrow. They might switch up and cancel that shit tomorrow, and now that shit ain't hot no more. Then you got to figure out something else. There's ways that different stuff comes out that all of a sudden you made up a dumbass dance, and now everybody saw it, and now you're actually making money from it. Or you got in front of a fucking camera and said, period I, period up, period I, period up. And motherfuckers thought that shit was funny and started sharing it. Now, next thing you know, you think you a motherfucking rap star, but that's not sustainable. You made a profit, but that's not sustainable. You made a video that went viral and so many people saw it, but that's not something that is sustainable because that was a flash in the pan. That was something that just happened. You had that magic moment where Shannon Sharp had Cat Williams on his podcast on Club Shay Shay. Made millions of dollars off of it. He hasn't had a guest that was anywhere near that since then, and people have interviewed Cat Williams. Cat Williams went on Willie D's show, he went on Joe Rogan's show, and that shit didn't do anything like it did on Club Shay Shay. And it has nothing to do with Cat or Shannon Sharp. It was just something that happened, and it proved wildly profitable for them. And at the same time, it's not sustainable. That's the type of stuff that happens. Yeah. It's not sustainable. But what can we do? Yeah. Pardon me. Got a hernia. Got to adjust my hernia. Now, you also have to think about being adaptable and not getting complacent, not getting stuck in a certain method of operation or a certain way of being right now. Because that right there is just going to make everything that happens to you seem like a devastating experience because you were stuck in a certain way of doing things, and that's not how the times are right now. Things are constantly changing drastically. So if you can be adaptable, if you can be open-minded, you can make some money. If you can't be, you're going to be fucked up. You're going to take a loss over and over and over and over again. I'm talking about over and over and over again. Like motherfucking whoever that sang that song, Nelly and whoever else sang that bitch. But yeah, you gotta find your unique way to deal with shit. It's up to you. You hear me? Now, with Neptune is at 28 degrees of Pisces, and Neptune has an almost perfectly circular orbit. So it represents the part of us that's seeking perfection, the part of us that's looking to a certain ideal. Neptune also represents the culture that we live in. In this case, this is Neptune in Pisces. Neptune rules Pisces. This is a confusing time. Why? Because everything is a projection. Even the reality that we're experiencing is a projection. Real ain't even real no more. You're not even you anymore. And what I mean is you're you, but there are several different forms of you and layers to you. And that's not normal as it was back then, where it's, oh, you're just, that person is like an onion. You just got to peel back the layers, or that person has lots of different complexities to their personality. No, that's something that's natural. What I'm talking about specifically with this right here is people creating different versions of themselves to fulfill expectations that other people have placed on them. People having so many different projections that they forget what their central core purpose is. People so caught up in labels that they forget what it's all about. People so caught up in the appearance of things that they forget that there's way more to it. People want to appear a certain way. People want to be a part of something. What's trending is way more important than what's right, and that's not a good thing. That's where we got it confused. Yeah. Happy birthday, Dixon Myers. But yeah, man. You see so many things that are supposed to bring us together that are actually being proven as discriminatory. You see so many things that should be used as a tool for understanding, but instead it becomes a fad. You look at astrology, numerology, the whole community that's supposedly built on knowledge and spirituality. All of that shit is a fad now. Most people are talking about shit they have no idea what they're talking about. Most people are trying to portray something that they aren't. They really have no understanding of. That's what's crazy. You see people way more caught up in labels than they are with purpose. You see people that have taken things like, let's look at MBTI, which is Myers-Briggs Personality Type Index. First of all, before you can even understand MBTI for real, you have to understand what I just said. I said Myers-Briggs Personality Type Index. But instead, people have forgotten that it says index, forgotten that this is a scale that you fall on, and people use this as a labeling system. You're an ESTP. You're an ISTJ. You're an INFJ. You're an ISTJ. Like there's this shit where people do this shit. And they're not understanding that this is a spectrum or an index that you fall on. It's not a label. If I'm an INFJ, then that means I fall within the range of INFJ. It doesn't make me an INFJ. It means those are my primary cognitive functions. Do you hear me? That means introverted intuition, feeling, judging. And what you have is a spectrum. All right? So you're either I or E. And there's a spectrum from 100, that's really 100, let's say 100 degrees. You have N or S. So, intuition or sensing. All right. You have F or T, feeling or thinking. Then you have P and J, perceiving and judging. And on each one of those, you fall on a spectrum. So you're either going to be 51 to 100% introvert or 51 to 100% extrovert. 51 to 100% intuition, 51 to 100% sensing. You're either 51 to 100% feeling or 51 to 100% thinking. You're either 51 to 100% judging or 51 to 100% perceiving. And that represents the 16 personality types that fall on that spectrum. All right? And when it comes to said spectrum, that means if I'm an INFJ, that means I was over 50% introvert, over 50% intuition, over 50% feeling, and over 50% judging. I could just be 51, which on intuition, on introvert and extrovert, I am just 53 and 47. So I really am what people would call an ambivert. But I fall just a little bit more on the introverted spectrum. But people take this and they make it a label And they use it as a discriminatory process, especially when it comes to INFJ, which happens to be my type. It's like, you're not an INFJ, because it was said that INFJ is the most rare type. So people get caught up in those stigmas. You can't just be different anymore. You have to be an indigo child or a star seed. You have to come from a whole different galaxy, which means nothing to this life, because you're in this life on this plane, on this planet right now. So what you were before this, it's really obsolete, because you signed up for a whole different experience this time. That's the truth. You have people treating this whole community, when it comes to knowledge or with understanding or metaphysics, like there's a ranking system. I was having a debate with somebody one time, and they said, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. My spirit guides give me access to the Akashic records directly. And I'm thinking, like, if yours do, why wouldn't mine? That's just not something I say. But that's something that made her feel valid in that conversation. And so that gave her something, you know, for whatever it is. Now, there's some people that are truly gifted, but there are a lot more people who have mental issues. That's the truth. There are some people that are truly gifted in the spiritual community, and they have true spiritual gifts. But there are other people who just have mental issues. They just want to be a part of something different. And that's okay too. But when you take these things and make it discriminatory, it's a problem. Like, there's sometimes that people are involved with shit posting groups, like on Facebook. Speaking of shit posting groups, y'all go join STAR. STAR is the Society of Tarot and Astrology Readers on Facebook. It's a group, but it is a shit posting group. So leave your feelings at the door. You will get them hurt. They will roast your ass. And then if you act sensitive, they're going to go even harder on you. I'm an admin of this group. And I'm telling you now, it's not a safe place for males either. It's a female-driven community. So if you feel like you need to assert yourself, it's probably not going to be a great place for you to come out and hang out. But for everybody else, I implore you to join. Now, I'm just saying that to say this. You see where people start to build up stereotypes because of their experiences they had with certain astrological archetypes. I'm an astrologer, Chiron. You see people say, well, I don't fuck with Cancers because Cancers are this, or I don't like Pisces moons because Pisces moons are this, or I don't like Mars, all Mars and Libra are bitches, or and it's like, man, there's a lot to consider. There's a lot to consider with each one of those things. That's not something that can necessarily be generalized. But people use it as a labeling system, and they make it discriminatory, like they do everything. You know, you're going to ask somebody, if you're in the, or you seem like somebody who's in the LGBTQ community, you're going to get asked what your pronouns are before you get asked how you are, or what your name is sometimes. Like, what's your pronouns? It's not about you being free. It's about you taking a side. When I do readings, sometimes I have people that charge me up immediately. They say, well, and I mean, I understand, they say, well, are you a whole houser or are you placidus? Or and the fact of the matter is I use both. I'm a true astrologer. It depends on what I'm doing. I prefer placidus when I'm reading people's natal charts, because that's a natural flow of energy. But I understand both. You can't understand Placidus without understanding Whole House. That's the thing. Placidus is actually harder. Whole House makes it easier to read, easier on the eyes, Doesn't make it more accurate, and it doesn't make PrIcElEs more accurate. What makes PrIcElEs more accurate is PrIcElEs is the natural flowing of energy. There's nothing forced into a sign or a house that it wasn't in naturally, just because somebody wants it to look a certain type of way. And so you start to see that people look for things to and then you'll hear people say, well, I don't do I do Vedic. And some people do, but most of the time they don't. What they're trying to do is make themselves seem more intelligent than you. Because a lot of the times most people don't know Vedic. I would say 7 out of 10 people don't know what Vedic astrology is. And most of the people that are talking, 7 out of those 10 people don't even know what Vedic astrology really is, because they're talking about their sidereal placements. They have no understanding of Praryavega or yoga or Jyotish or the Vedic Sanskrit or any of that philosophy that comes along with that. They don't know that that takes a whole different realm of understanding. What they want to do is set themselves apart. You have people hit you with their spiritual things like it's a motherfucking military ranking system. They say I'm a starseed from the Pleiades constellation. I have direct access to the Akashic records. I'm a Reiki level 17, and I shoot crystals out of my ass if I concentrate hard enough. Yeah. Not amethyst. Not citrine or citrine. No, I shoot cellulite. Motherfucking cellulite is not even a crystal. And so you see that. You see that people don't have an understanding that sidereal placements have to do with where the planets or the constellations are actually located. Western astrology is more seasonal. The best way to get an understanding of both is to get an understanding of the nakshatras, the Vedic nakshatras, because that puts an energetic significance to that particular part of the sky. And that's beautiful in its own right. But yeah, the fact of the matter is people are too caught up in labels and what shit looks like and in projections instead of getting a true understanding of what's going on. The things that are supposed to have us all connected just have us all confused. That's the society that we live in. That's the culture that we've created. And that's messed up. That's super messed up. I mean, what can we do, huh? Hide from it? No. What you got to do is let your inner compass be your guide. You can't be caught up in the culture. You can't be tricked by these trends. You got to search for answers within. You have a main line to the divine that resides inside of you. You just need to access that. Let that be your guide. Yeah. You got to reconnect with your purpose. Please. Reconnect with your purpose. That's the best thing you can do. Now, let's talk about Pluto. Because Pluto now sits at 2 degrees of Aquarius. And Neptune is sextile to Pluto. So that's representing a process of change that's happening right now. That's a process of change. It's not going to happen overnight. Things are changing. See, with this culture and the way that we're connected, we're eventually going to realize how powerful the people are. And that brings about a change in itself. Right now, we're more connected than ever with technology, and there's that sextile, but that's causing confusion. There's really no power within the collective. It's a bunch of renegade projections. But over time, we start to realize how powerful we are as a people because of our connection now. There are people in this live right now from Australia, from Bangladesh, from Russia, from South America, whether it be Brazil or Argentina. There are people from Canada. There are people from all over the United States. There are people from Philistines, from Philippines. Philistines is back in biblical times, shit. But there's people from the Philippines. There's people from England, Germany, France, Poland, all in this live. Before this all said and done, there's going to be thousands of people that see this. So just think about the reach that we have. Think about that. Right now, it's something that creates confusion, and where trends are created, and where people take little stuff and they make it into stuff that it's not. You want to see example? Let's look at the rap beef that's going on right now. Kendrick Lamar featured on somebody else's song and said, "Motherfuck a big three, nigga. It's just big me." All that is him establishing himself as not being a part of any collective and him being separate from that and him being on a level of his own. He did not diss Drake or J. Cole. I understand that people have called them the big three, but he said nothing derogatory or negative about them. He said, "Fuck a big three, nigga. It's just big me." And he hasn't elaborated on it. So because of social media and people taking it, they took it to J. Cole. J. Cole dropped a diss and then realized what he's done and apologized. He apologized. Now everybody thinks J. Cole's a bitch when that was actually something that was a very mature move. But public perception is so powerful these days. People don't know. Maybe he got a hold of Kendrick and they spoke to each other. Now, he apologized publicly, but maybe it was like, bro, I didn't say nothing bad about it, and he did it. But we can take it there. A lot of the stuff that's being said sounds like AI anyway, so we don't even know if that's real, and nobody has elaborated whether it is or not. The only person that we know has dropped something for real other than Kendrick is Rick Ross. And it ain't even got shit to do with his fat ass. But public perception is so powerful. It creates confusion of what's really going on. And then people are always talking about, well, this is just a distraction. That is just a distraction. A distraction is only a distraction if you're distractible. Do you hear me? A distraction is only a distraction if you're distractible. And these motherfuckers tell you what's going on. They don't need to distract you. You're distracted. This is what you want. That's what's crazy with people. This is what they want. You have people on social media that are more famous than celebrities. You have people that are famous for the confusion they create. You have people like Charleston White. You have Charles and Miss Netta. You have Shamar. You have celebrities that copy the common man. If you put out some hot shit today, they're liable to be a celebrity that's parodying it tomorrow. That's the truth. This is the whole Neptune and Pisces culture we've created. Sextiling to that Pluto in Aquarius. So things are changing. Eventually, we realize how powerful we are as a people. Because of the technology that we have, we can really make some major changes. If we didn't have social media, nobody would be privy to what's really going on with Israel and Palestine. You have the people that come from westernized countries that were taught to idealize Israel, that would automatically feel some type of way. But because of social media coverage, because of people with their devices showing what's actually happening, speaking on it and communicating, we get a whole different picture of what's going on there. It's actually because of that, and because of people being privy to it, it's prevented the United States or other countries from getting more militarily involved with what's going on with Israel. Because if the United States, they would go wipe Palestine off the map, for better or for worse. But because we know that would be a genocidal act, it changes the dynamics. It's not us following our biblical partner in Israel, where, hey, this is the Israel of the Bible, and what we're going to do is we're going to protect that at all costs, because that's the Christian thing to do. Right? That's what they're going to feed you if there wasn't people that are able to report what's really going on. If there was no way for us to really take an assessment of what's really happening in all of these places and in all of these spaces. It creates an interesting dynamic, but that causes change. We see how powerful as a people we are. And all it takes is a willingness to think different. It doesn't even have to be any profound ideas or actions yet. This is just a willingness to think different, a willingness to look at it from a different perspective. They're grooming us all of the time for us to see something different, for the world to have a whole different meaning than what it has before. The government grooms us. Movies groom us. While we were all arguing about Diddy, and while we were all marveling and playing about the apocalypse with the eclipse, there was actually mysterious weather patterns and 80-foot waves off the coast of what's the coast of Africa? The Cape something of Cape Town in South Africa. There was 80-foot waves that people couldn't see that were showing up on the map with no tsunami. Nowhere to know why it happened or where it came from. You had people take a picture of the eclipse, and you could see the flames behind it. People say, oh, you can see the solar flares. But then NASA coming down and saying, well, that wasn't solar flares you saw, it was something else. You have CNN saying that those 80-foot waves could be 80-foot waves, or they could be a UFO. How could it be 80-foot waves in the ocean or a UFO? What the fuck? This is on CNN. And in their articles, you can Google it yourself. This shit is crazy. This shit is crazy than a motherfucker. But all of the time, we're being forced to think outside the box, to accept different realms of reality. But eventually, it's not going to be just weird for no reason. It's going to be people understanding that this shit is actually us. Us. It's funny that I watched Interstellar the other day. And it's now one of my favorite movies. I had never seen Interstellar before. But I knew from off the rip, and I told my wife that. As soon as they came on and they said, oh, it's alien, and they said, it's them, I said, no, it's us. And she's like, what do you mean it's us? I was like, no, when they say it's them, it's really us in the future. I didn't realize it was actually them as far as Matthew McConaughey and them actually getting through the black hole, through the event horizon of the black hole, and being trapped in a space, you know, that's separate from time. But what I said is, when they say it's them, I said, what they're referring to is us from the future. See, when people talk about aliens and UFOs or UAPs, the one thing that people don't speak on often is that could be us. Not us even from this time. I'm talking about us from another plane, observing what's going on now, or us from another time, or another level of observation that us ourselves are not aware of, coming from some type of agency that is in the water or outside of whatever our realm of understanding is. Now, that doesn't have to be what it is. That's just a theory. But the fact of the matter is, you have to consider all theories now, because all bets are off the table. You have to have an open mind. Reality is not what you thought it was 10 years ago, or 20 years ago, or 30 years ago. Hell, the government, as I've said a lot of times, have already told us, real ain't even real no more. Real is not even real no more. What you think is reality is not reality. It's a projection. It's the level of understanding that you're allowed to have. And there are different depths and dimension and densities to that. That's the truth. The government has paperwork that's declassified that states that specifically. So real ain't even real no more. Reality is not reality, or at least the reality that we're experiencing is not the base reality. There's more to it. Whatever you're experiencing is a product of projection. And so all of that ties into that sextile between Neptune and Pluto, and Neptune being in Pisces and Pluto being in Aquarius, because of all of the confusion, because of the way things are, because of the fact that there are so many complexities to this now, you have to think differently. You have to consider the possibilities. You have to. It's not as simple as it once was. It can't be, but what does Aries bring? Aries brings awareness. And that's a whole conflict in itself. So as Neptune and Saturn creep into Aries next year, you see awareness coming to the mix. Hold on, I gotta fix my speaker. You see awareness add a whole nother dimension into the motherfucking thing. So what can you do with that? That's a question you got to ask yourself on your own. But with Pluto in Aquarius, this is times have changed. This is a willingness to think differently. This is an inventive idea. But those in their own right can be destructive. In order for us to see new levels of understanding, we have to destroy the old ways of thinking. And that can be destructive or intrusive even. Because you're forced to consider things differently, to do things differently. That's the truth. You're forced to accept different possibilities. What's up, Red Electric Skywalker? And that's the terrifying part of it all. And right now, it's going to be destructive because people are taking a more radical approach. If you want to just look at people's thinking processes all the way around, people are looking at things a lot more radically. Whether it be just from a political standpoint or from societal as a whole. People are starting to accept that if things are going to be different, we're going to have to make a radical change. That's it right there. If things are going to be different, we're going to have to make a radical change. Can you? Yes, because you have to. You absolutely have to. And that is what it is. Or as we say in the hood, that was what it was, cuz. Now, let's talk about Chiron, which we kind of already have. But Chiron is the wounded healer. And we're going to talk more about Chiron in a minute. But this right here is just about awareness. Awareness allows for accountability. Accountability allows you to make things better, even if it means a confrontation or a conflict, or maybe it means that it's a recognition of where you are and how far you come and how hard you go. See, that right there is beautiful in its own right. That gives you the courage to keep going. This right here is where people are, through sudden awarenesses, realizing that, hey man, this is no longer something that's worth working on, or this is something that is going to be a fight. But all of that just allows you the opportunity to step up to the plate and take care of it. And there's going to be situations where I feel like the universe is forcing your hand, where things are being forced upon you. And the thing with that is this is just that nudge. Like I said last time, I remember back in the hood, back when we were young and two people were arguing and bickering and they were in each other's faces and they were threatening each other or pushing and shoving, we're going to push them together. And I know that can seem crude, and it is. But that's just a way of forcing the conflict and making them fight. And so they're bickering in each other's face, they're talking shit, and then people push them together. They push up off of each other. Now they put hands on each other. Now it's a problem for real, and then it turns into a scrap. As I said before, when I spent time incarcerated, there wasn't really a lot of arguing. You couldn't sit around with resentment towards somebody. You would have to fight. And that is savage. But that also kept a lot of the bullshit down. And so this is kind of where the universe is at with you. You're kind of being forced into certain situations. You're forced to deal with shit. You're forced to confront things. You're forced to take action. But through doing so, that ends up being something that's incredibly helpful in your life. It's something that you needed to take care of. It's something you need to confront. But first comes the awareness that there is something that you need to take care of. There comes this awareness that there is stuff that needs to be confronted. Or first comes the awareness that, hey man, you've taken care of everything up to this point, so whatever comes next, it ain't a problem. Because you like that. You about that. That's beautiful too. That's beautiful in its own right. This might feel like the universe is forcing your hand. It might feel like a rude awakening. But what it really is an opportunity for this awareness that you have to allow you to take accountability And that accountability allows you to take action that leads you towards healing. If you're going to go anywhere, you got to take a step forward. You got to do something. So this is where this is being forced on you. Now, what's interesting about Mercury retrograde is Mercury retrograde is slowing down once again. We have about 8 more days, so a little bit more than a week before we come out of retrograde. But Mercury's only going to move 3 or 4 more degrees. And so what actually happens is Mercury right now is conjunct to Chiron. But it's going to station conjunct to the North Node. And that's where this gets interesting. And when I say station, that means it's going to get to a certain spot and stay there. And so what this is right here is this is Mercury aggravating things. Mercury retrograde is aggravating certain things. It's the one that's the catalyst here forcing these situations. All of this is ruled by Mars. So you see Mars being in Pisces and still conjunct to Saturn. And you start to see where there's a lot of feelings and fears and stuff that's fueling this stuff that's going on. And so there's just this effect right here where with Mercury conjunct to Aries, Mercury and Aries conjunct to Chiron, and it going into station, and it's already conjunct to the North Node, but it's going to station exactly conjunct to the North Node. As it goes through this process right here, it's like, man, like this is giving you an opportunity to take care of things. This is giving you an opportunity for awareness. This is giving you an opportunity to take a step forward in your life. But through doing all of that, it's giving you awareness of who you are, where you stand, and what needs to be done. And if you're willing to take action on that, that can bring you profound healing. That's beautiful in its own right. So the North Node is at 15 degrees of Aries right now. The North Node is what I would call karmic destiny. And what I mean by that is this is what's supposed to be happening. This is what you're supposed to be doing. The South Node is what you usually do, what you're used to, what's natural to you. The North Node is what you need to be doing, what you need to be confronting. Where the fuck you at? And this is Aries. So you need to be actively confronting situations in your life. You don't need to be thinking about stuff and waiting for somebody to help you. You just need to be taking action. You need to be experiencing your truth as a verb. You need to be doing what the fuck you got to do for you, regardless of what anybody else thinks about it, or regardless of how it affects them. If something that you're doing to better your life is bothering somebody else, that has to do with them. It doesn't have to do with you. There's going to be times with Chiron in the North Node in Aries where you're going to be forced to do what's right for you. And that's hard for some people. Whether it's because of fear, whether it's because of vacillation, whatever it is, that's hard for some people. But that's on them. What's up, Miss Bliss? You got to do what's right for you. Don't talk about it, be about it. Live with it, fuck with it, fight with it. This is your life. Even if you have kids and they are your motivation, you still don't see the world through their eyes. You see the world through your eyes. You are center stage in your world. And with the Moon in Leo, I want you to understand this. Doesn't mean you don't love other people. Doesn't mean you're not loyal to them. It doesn't mean you're not responsible for them in some way. But the fact of the matter is, this is your reality that you are experiencing. They have their own shit going on, and you are a part of theirs, but they have their own central storyline that they are playing out. You have your own central storyline that you're playing out. I have my own central storyline that I'm playing out. You hear me? What you gonna do? This your world. It's your world. It's hard to fathom that sometimes because you're taught to be nice to others and to turn the other cheek and to incorporate them into your reality. And that's true, but they're just a part of your reality. Your reality is your reality, just like you're a part of their reality. Their life is their life, and you can have an incredible influence on it. But if they pass away and you don't unless you kill yourself. When your light goes out, their light doesn't also go out because you feel responsible for them. My mom loved me and my sister to death. She was an awesome mother. But when she died, our stories kept going. Even if we were 13 and 10 years old. And so there was a lot of times in her life where she made a lot of sacrifices that might have been detrimental to her because she thought that was what's best for her children. Where she probably should have done what was best for her. She should have taken action in some way. She probably should have called my grandmother or called my uncle and said, hey, I need y'all to get these kids for a little bit. I'm sick. I need to motherfucking get myself right. I need to confront these health issues. But instead, she lied to us and herself. And she went to the doctor and stuff like that. She's not like me, but more or less, she still allowed herself to get influenced by what she felt was her responsibilities to us and to her world and to appearances. When she probably should have said, hey man, you know what? I can't do this right now. Roderick is really stressful. And I need help with Jessica. I need to get my health right. But instead, she still kept working. She still kept pushing herself every day, trying to be a good mom. And I understand that. I love it. I respect it. But there's also a thing where when she died, she died. I miss my mama, but she died. The night she died or the morning she died, maybe she got up and said, I need, because she called my friend's mom, and my friend's mom played me a message off her voicemail or her answer machine back then that had my mom calling the morning that she died and asking her to come get me and take me to school or pick me up because she didn't feel good. Hey, I don't feel right. Could you come take, can you come take Roderick and take me to school? And she probably should have got up and went to the hospital right then. But she had 2 kids in the other room. They were asleep. She didn't want to wake them. And so you start to see that you got to do what's right for you. You have to trust your intuition and do what's right for you. And that probably won't harm anybody else. And if it does, then that takes a whole different realm of understanding. But I just wanted to put that on y'all's mind for a minute and let y'all kind of fathom that sometimes we're so worried about doing what's right for us that we end up sacrificing self. But sometimes the best thing for us is to do what's right for me or you or our own selves. That's the truth. Shit's a trip, right? It's scary. Super scary. But yeah. Now, lastly, that brings us to the Black Moon Lilith. The Black Moon Lilith is at 21 degrees of Virgo. So this right here is overthinking situations, overanalyzing things, being too technical, being too critical, and all of that keeping you from enjoying life, being stuck on the little shit, and that making you feel unsatisfied with whatever's going on. Makes you not be able to enjoy the moments that you have with your family or your friends. You have people who can't see the forest because of the trees. They don't realize life is okay, but there's some small little shit that's just fucking with them right now. I was telling my lady the other day when it comes to my little health issues. I have a hernia, right? It doesn't hurt, but it's there. And other than that, I feel okay. I felt better than I felt in a long time, probably a whole year. But it's like that little bitty thing right there keeps me from when she asks me how you doing or have a good day. Instead of me just having a good day, the first thing I think about is that fucking hernia, which is not bothering. It doesn't hurt, but the thought of it, that small thought of it, keeps me from enjoying the moment or opening up, or you get what I'm saying? The fear of it. But yeah, it's crazy. You see little bitty stuff just bothering you. It could be something about somebody else. It could be something at your house. It could be something in your problem. Like little bitty stuff just bother you. I remember yesterday, I was sitting at the table. I was feeling pretty good. My lady, who's a Capricorn, she comes in and the first thing she says is, "What's that fucking smell?" And that right there immediately bothered me. And for her, like she let that little small thing come in and it wasn't in our house. It was something from outside. But when she came in there, like it changed the whole energy of the moment. You feel me? It changed the whole mood of the moment. And it's just some small shit. You see people with this energy right now also like being able to see the flaws in their environment and in other people, but not seeing the stuff that they themselves are contributed to the negativity. That's the thing. People don't see how they themselves are fucking up the vibe and fucking up the moment. You hear me? Like, what the fuck? But I guess it is what it is. This can have people with overactive nervous systems. It could have people affecting their own health right now because they're too nervous or too worried about some little shit. And that's causing issues. You can see people with perfectionist tendencies, keeping them from getting anything done. All of that shit. You can see people that are so worried about some small shit that the energy is just inefficient. We ain't gonna do that here. We don't care about sexuality. We care about spirituality. Anybody can be a part of the vibe tribe. It's about the vibe. You hear me? You got to deal with that inside of yourself. Anyway. Yes. And speaking of which, this energy that we're in is very interesting today. this is a 1. Because why? Because it is April 16th, 2024. So April is a 4. That's a 4. It's the 4th month. The 16 is a 7, but it's also a karmic debt 16 that adds a different layer to this energy today, which we'll talk about in a second. And then 2024 is an 8 because 2 plus 2 is 4 plus 4 is 8. So you have 4 plus 7, which is 11, plus 8, which is 19. 1 plus 9 is a 10, which is a 1. So we are in that 1 vibration today. But there's also a 7/16 karmic debt attached to this. So today you do have to be careful of how you affect other people. You need to make sure you're being honest with people, and that's the best thing for you. Sometimes the best thing for the world is us trying our best to be a better person. See, when I was talking about Neptune sextile to Pluto, and when I speak on this, I want you to understand, if you just work on you today, if you just treat people how you want to be treated, and you just work on your own self, then the world is already a better place. Not only because you're central stage in your world, but also because if you're doing what's best for you, if you're working on you, if you're being honest with people, and I'm doing the same thing, and AA is doing the same thing, and Nichelle is doing the same thing, and Beats by Bless Zone Out Music is doing the same thing, and the Supernova Silver is doing the same thing, then guess what? The world is a better place. It's that fast. And all it takes is you doing your best. And so when you see this 1 vibration, this is you taking the lead. This is you taking center stage of your world. This is an awareness. See, an 8 is a boss. A 1 is leadership. So you be the first. With that 16, that right there is an abuse of love. So what you see with that is don't worry about hurting anybody else. You just need to experience your truth. That 7 is truth. Understanding, wisdom. It's very deep and spiritual. Very deep and spiritual. So when you see that 7/16, this is just, hey man, the best thing you can do for the world is working on you. Experiencing your truth as a verb. Being honest in your expression. Staying genuine in your approach. If you do it and I do it, and Reflection does it, and Red Electric Skywalker does it, and Cattle Heart does it, then the world is a better place. Automatically. And that shouldn't be so unfathomable. I like that word, unfathomable. But yeah. That's the trillest expression of that. Right, Chief. Sorry, my dog's right there. Right, Chief. Here's a baby. Yeah. Then the world is naturally a better place. I don't think you hear me, though. Now, I'm done with the transits. I stretched that into 2 hours. I know I left 3 or 4 times, but I had to go to the bathroom. I'm feeling a little better now, though. But, that's right, Red Electric Skywalker. Now let's get into the PrIcElEs Tuesday Top 10 myths and trends that need to end when it comes to astrology. And so let me preface this. I remember a few months ago I did a video, a top 10 trends that need to end. And I spoke on specific things that you saw trending within the astrological community. Well, this is different. What we're going to do now is talk about certain myths and stigmas that are placed behind certain placements, and about certain levels of understanding when it comes to astrology. And I have 10 of these here that I put together that are incredibly important. I actually had 11, but I forgot the other one I was going to talk about. I had it in my head a few minutes ago, but then some shit happened and I forgot. So bear with me. Please. Now, stomach's hurting. Does anybody have anything they want to say before we get started on the top 10? This ain't 5, it's 10. And I'm going to tell y'all, some of these are going to be kind of funny, but there's also going to be several serious ones in here. I might start out comedically, and then we'll get into some more serious things that people have misconceptions about. For real. And I'm trying to think of the other one I had, because I was going to actually replace one on my list for this new one. I should have, but I can't remember it now. Hey, one of y'all post my Cash App for me so I can pin it, please. One of y'all moderators that know the Cash App, Reflection, or one of y'all, will y'all post that Cash App so I can pin it to the top? So we're going to start out keeping it light. And that means number 10 on the list of the priceless top 10 myths that need to end when it comes to astrology. This is just some superficial shit, but I got to check y'all on it. All right. First of all, this is that misconception, number 10 on the list of the priceless top 10 trends or myths that need to end, is this concept that Sagittarius rising gives somebody a big butt or thick thighs. No. Having Sagittarius rising or being a Sagittarius ascendant really has nothing to do with your ass, first of all. Because Sagittarius doesn't rule the ass. Libra rules the glutes. And Sagittarius rules the upper legs. Aquarius rules the shins, but Sagittarius rules the upper legs, the thighs, and the hips. All right? So it can definitely give you wide hips. Or long legs. Or even prominent thighs. But your Sagittarius rising isn't what gave you a big old booty. And more than anything else, what Sagittarius rising gives is a smile on the lips, or exaggerated features, or even a motherfucking horse face. Because that's all my sister got. Yeah. My little sister is skinny as a rail. Always has been. But she has legs up to her neck. And she looks like a straight horse in the face. Yeah. But I love her. But yeah, Sagittarius does not rule the ass. Libra rules the ass. It can give you exaggerated features. It can give you long or thicker legs, maybe wider hips. But that booty has to be put on the scales. Yeah. And I've also seen that more than anything else, it gives people certain exaggerated features. Like a friend of mine who passed on, his name is Michael Stanton. He's a Sagittarius sun and rising, like my sister is. And he just had this huge smile. And it's not just because he always smiled, but I mean, his mouth was literally big. Like, this motherfucker had a big ass mouth. There are certain things that get elongated. Why? Because Sagittarius is ruled by Jupiter. Jupiter is going to bring exaggeration or expansion. Yeah. So for my sister, she has long ass legs. She's not even tall. Well, she's about 5'6" or 5'7", so she's kind of tall, but she's not exceedingly tall. But she has legs up to her fucking neck. I myself have legs up to my fucking neck. Now, that's just a hereditary thing. But that's kind of how it goes. All three of them. Neck to ground. You understand? So, yeah. Number 10 on the list of the PrIcElEs top 10 myths that need to end. It's just some superficial shit. It's going to get deeper and deeper. But that's the fact that Sagittarius rising is not something that makes somebody have a big ass. It's not. You might end up with an 88 shape. When I say an 88 shape, that means you got them wide hips and a flat booty. That's more Sagittarian. Okay. So, the fact that Libra rules the glutes, Sagittarius rules the upper legs, and it usually can give long legs, but not all the time. Sometimes it can just give exaggerated features. Sometimes it can make them have a horse face. All of that is why Sagittarius rising, supposedly having a big ass, is the first on the list. And that shouldn't even made the list, because I had a better one that I was going to replace that with. Like, that was just going to be a funny honorable mention. But now I forgot the other one I was going to put on the list. That's what happens when I do 10 instead of 5. It's hard to keep up with it. I had one more I was going to say. I wish I could remember it. It was a lot better than that. But that was all right. But yeah. Keeping it kind of light, though, we're going to get into number 9. And number 9 on the list of the PrIcElEs top 10 myths that need to end. This is something I see a lot of people talk about. And we once again going to talk about it because I've probably spoke on it a million times before. And that's the fact that people call Capricorn daddy. There's this misconception with pop culture astrology that Capricorn is daddy, when that just can't be the case. No, Capricorn is the feminine manifestation of Saturn, whereas Aquarius is the masculine manifestation of Saturn. And Saturn can be daddy-like, which those features can display well in a Capricorn male. But Capricorn is cardinal earth. This is matriarch energy. That's the truth. And we've talked about this before. But I have to remind you again. Capricorn is not daddy. Saturn might be sky daddy, but Saturn just rules Capricorn. Cancer and Capricorn are not parental archetypes. See, if you look at a chart, some people's going to say the 10th house is your mom. Some people are going to say the 4th house is your mom because it's ruled by the moon. But either can be either, depending on what's there. Capricorn and Cancer are sister signs because they are both feminine manifestations. But then you also have to understand feminine is not female. Male is not masculine. No, masculine and feminine are energetic expressions. Male and female are genders. One's metaphysics, one's biology. That's the truth of that. But more than anything else, Capricorn is boss bitch energy. I used to joke and say Capricorn is granny. Cancer's mom of Capricorn is granny, but they both can be different types of mothers. I had a Pisces mom, and sometimes I look at my kids, and they get a lot of stuff that I didn't get as a kid as far as materially. And they get a lot of opportunities because their mom's a Capricorn and she's a boss like that. But there's also a certain amount of affection that I received as a child that my kids don't get. So I see that with that. Like I've said at times like, damn, I thank God my mom wasn't a Capricorn. But then sometimes I think back like, man, I wish my mom was a Capricorn. Life might have been even better. We wouldn't have been living in the projects. But yeah, I just see Capricorn gets this stigma to it because Capricorn is stiff and tough. But you think femininity can't be stiff and tough? Do you know how much toughness it takes to sit there and go through excruciating pain to give birth? You got to have some staying power for that. Do you know how much perseverance and resilience it takes for life to throw everything at you from a very early age, and you having to be responsible for the people in your family even though you were just a child yourself? It can make you a certain type of way. It can make you a certain type of way. Do I need to repeat it? It can make you a certain type of way. But eventually, over time, you loosen up. You become more receptive and open. But Capricorn is not daddy. Saturn has daddy-like energy. And some people like to call Saturn sky daddy. But Capricorn is the feminine manifestation. Okay. My daughter is a Capricorn. Both my wife and my daughter are Capricorns with Libra moons, both of them. And there's nothing masculine about either one of them. There's nothing masculine about either one of them. They're just tough chicks. They got a certain boss, you know, badass to them. But yeah, Capricorn ain't daddy. Saturn is daddy. Cancer and Capricorn are not opposite parental archetypes. They are sister signs. They're two sides of the same coin. Really, Cancer and Capricorn are the most alike of all of the opposite signs, and people just don't see it. Cancer really wants to be like Capricorn. That's why they have that hard shell. That's why they can be moody and crabby and have a certain appearance of being rough. But what they don't realize is Capricorn is like them. Capricorn is very sensitive. That's the truth. Capricorn just resents that sensitivity. It's in the way of progress. No. Capricorn is beautiful in its own manifestation if you allow it to be. But that's up to you. They're tough. They're like a great piece of leather. They're well put together. But Capricorn is still extremely feminine. People get that fucked up. Cancer can be mama. Capricorn is a bad mamma jamma. Repeat that. A bad mamma jamma. They're unfuckwittable. Yeah. This is matriarch energy. Yeah. But people who don't know shit about shit, people who get caught up in stigmas, or people who are worried about labels, what they do is get caught up in projections or foolish identifying factors with Capricorn. Capricorn is tough. Capricorn is responsible. Capricorn is hardworking. So they assume that makes it masculine? No. No. I want you to think back to my ancestors, to the motherfucking people who were forced into bondage, to the people who, the women who took care of their own families, were forced to face all types of horrors and abuses, and still had to get up and go take care of a whole motherfucking plantation on top of that, a whole household, cook, take care of babies that weren't theirs, to take responsibility for stuff they had no business. I don't know what I was about to say, but no business taking responsibility for. Excuse me. Oof. Like, that shit is crazy. Let me tell you. Capricorn ain't daddy. Capricorn is a bad motherfucker. Remember that. And that's why the fact that people call Capricorn daddy for some reason and not really have an understanding of the energy is number 9 on the list of the PrIcElEs top 10 myths that need to end. Now we're done with those superficial things, all right? Now we're going to get a little deeper. Those are the two where we kept it as light as possible, but we're going to get even more serious with it now. Because the number 8 myth that needs to end in astrology is where people say that the black moon Lilith means something different for males and for females. See, there's people that have built this perception of that the black moon Lilith is a positive thing for females and a negative thing for males in their chart. And that's not true. The black moon Lilith represents something different for everybody. It's your unique shadow side. And that affects people differently. It's wild feminine energy, and people handle that differently. Some people aren't comfortable with it. Some people understand feminine ain't female and masculine ain't male. Masculinity and femininity are energetic expressions. Male and female are genders, biologically. So that's what you got to understand, is the black moon Lilith means something uniquely different for every person. And to understand why the Black Moon Lilith is looked at something that's negative for males but positive for females, you have to look back at the story. And I tell the story on my videos, but I'll give you all a quick refreshment. All right. With the Black Moon Lilith, what you ultimately see is Lilith was the first woman or the first female that was ever created, even before Eve. The story is Adam and Lilith were created equally, both in God's image or in the image of the angel of the Lord, which may or may not be of the creator themselves. All right. There's different ways that has been interpreted. In some biblical interpretations, they're saying that man was made directly in the image of God, while others, it says that they were made in the image of the angel of the Lord, which would be more like archangels. You feel me? Now, just hear me out. What happened is once Adam and Lilith were created, all was good in the hood or in the Garden of Eden or whatever, until it came time to consummate their marriage per se, or came time for them to get down and be intimate with each other. Because when it came down to the sexual part of it, Adam said, lay down so I may get on top of you and enter you. And in saying that, there's something in Lilith that didn't agree with that. Lilith is not Eve. Lilith is not submissive. Lilith is not created from Adam's rib. Lilith was created equally. And so she said, no, you lay down. Let me get on top of you. And so Adam wasn't having that. So they got into a conflict, and there ended up being a great conundrum, into where the angel of the Lord had to come down to sort it out. And so as they were displaying their case before the angel of the Lord automatically sided with Adam. So no, Adam's right. Now that I think about it, you're for him. Do what Adam says. And that didn't sit right with Lilith. So Lilith either left in some stories, or in other interpretations, she was cast out for refusing to obey, refusing to submit. And then God placed Adam, since Lilith left, or Lilith was cast out, God placed Adam into a stupor and took one of his ribs and created Eve, who was made in Adam's image and who was made to be subservient or submissive to Adam. She was made for Adam. Well, Lilith goes on to become this entity. Some would say that she developed into a spiteful ex. Some people would say that she turned into a demon. Some people would say that she killed babies or she destroyed men. But really all it was is she was an energy that was feminine but not submissive. Divinely dark, flawed, passionate, powerful, rebellious. And so she lived in the shadows of the Garden of Eden. And with this, the Black Moon Lilith in astrology represents our shadow nature. It represents that dark, feminine part of us that refuses to submit. But what you have to understand is that could also be the part of you that's kept you alive your whole life. It doesn't have to be something negative. You have to accept that. You have to realize that. See, I joke about it in the videos I make, but the perfect analogy is from The Walking Dead. And if any of y'all haven't seen The Walking Dead, I'll tell you what happened. There was this time where Rick and Carl were accosted on the road by some travelers. A whole bunch of males, motorcycle dudes. And they caught Rick and Carl up, and they were about to kill Rick, and they're about to rape Carl. Rick was in a jam, and his son was about to get raped right in front of his eyes. And so that paternal or that maternal instinct, however you want to look at it, kicked in Rick. Rick bit the dude's fucking throat out. Bit his throat out. It's one of the most recognizable scenes in The Walking Dead. To fight, to kill that dude and save his son. Bit the dude's throat out. See, that's the Black Moon Lilith type energy. That's the stuff inside of you. You have to channel a dark place to bite somebody's fucking throat out. You're either going to accept some shit or you're going to fucking survive. You have to look at it like that. You look at me, and I talk about my mom's passing. And my Black Moon Lilith is in Gemini in the 8th house. I found my mom dead when I was 13. And in order for me to make it through that day, where we were trapped in a house for hours with my mom's dead body after discovering it, with no one that could help us, I had to become real familiar with death. I had to be real comfortable with it. I'm scared of it too when it comes to other people, but other people's death, I've been around it a lot of times. It's not going to bother me. Because of me seeing that, though, it developed a phobia in myself of myself being dead. You know, I don't want to see, like I've seen so many people dead and been around dead bodies in so many capacities that as comfortable as I am around them, there also is a certain abhorrence for it inside of me also. A fear of it. When I was at my sister's funeral last year, after she died, I couldn't get over her body in that casket. I couldn't. I participated and I spoke at the funeral, but other than that, I spent the whole time just fucking abhorred at this body in here. Like, just seeing her body there and seeing that she was just alive a few days before that and seeing what she looked like and how the body, like, that shit was really fucking with me. But I was so fucking obsessed with it. Nobody would have known that in that session, but I just stared. That's all I could. I was sitting on the front row. I just stared at it the whole time, and it was everything I could do not to go get up there and go move her face around and look at how they sewed her together and look at. Like I was. It was a fear and an abhorrence, but it was also an obsession or a fascination. The day my mom died, in order for me to be in there with that body, I had to go. I went and looked at my mom. I mean, we were in there for hours. I opened her eyes and looked in her mouth and picked her head up several times. And I thoroughly examined that body in a way that it probably wasn't healthy for me. It's probably what created this inside of me. But that's just a little glimpse. Like, that's something I had to go through. That's something I had to live through. That's something I had to get through that day. And the only way I could was to do it the way I did it. Like, my sister was there, and the only way I could keep my sister from going in there and freaking out with my mom's body in there, I had to stay in there with her and keep my sister from coming in there. But while I was in there and I was doing that, it also made me have some certain crazy shit going on. It was fucking sad. It was fucking sad. I went through crisis in my life. I have Black Moon Lilith in Gemini. There was times where we didn't have nothing. We couldn't have nothing. My dad was a crackhead. He's a Gemini. My mom was dead. So I had to hustle I had to manipulate. I had to do a whole variety of things, trick people, scam, whatever it was, for me and my sister and my family to be right. Sometimes I even had to sell drugs to my own dad. So you start to see I had that black Moon Lilith in Gemini in the 8th house. So because of me having that experience with my mom, and from that experience with my mom, I had a whole bunch of stuff in my life that I had to deal with. I had a whole bunch of deep shit that I struggled with, but I also had a certain stuff because I went through that helped me survive. If I hadn't seen my mom dead, I'd be a scary motherfucker. If my mom hadn't died, I'd probably been a mama's boy. I'm a Cancer son. I'd probably be laying up on my mama right now. Never took care of myself. Never been anything. But I had to go through that. It made me a part of who I am. It made me a bad motherfucker. It gave me certain traits that are shadow traits. Whether it's the stuff with death, whether it's the promiscuity, whether it's the manipulation, whether it's the thievery I used to do. It gave me certain traits that aren't necessarily healthy and definitely aren't positive, but those same things helped me get to the point in my life where I survived, and then helped me get to where I've now a different person because I understand it. Once I came into a realization of that's how I was and why I was like that, then it allowed me to start healing it. It's what allowed me to start healing it. Like in a crisis, I'm unfuckwithable. I worry about a lot of shit, but when shit gets deep, I don't stress. I've been through the worst. I sat in there for hours with my mom dead. I lived it for years without the utilities that I need, with a crackhead and sexually inappropriate father. I spent years of my life in prison. I did almost a whole decade in one of the toughest prisons in America, in Texas. I picked cotton with my motherfucking bare hands for free for 3 years straight before I got a different job in there. I'm talking about picked cotton like a fucking true slave every day, day in and day out. I worked a motherfucking Aggie, which is a hoe, a garden hoe, in a line of motherfuckers all day long with the horse biting me. You see this shit right here? It could destroy some people, but for me, I learned from it. For me, it made me realize I can deal with anything. I can face anything. I myself am unfuckwithable. So there's some people who their black Moon Lilith is gonna make them. It's gonna really fuck with them, make them crazy. There's other people where, through understanding and integrating, it becomes incredibly powerful for you. But that is on an individual case-by-case basis. It's not the black Moon Lilith is positive for females and negative for males. No, that's the stupid-ass society that we live in these days. That's the truth. And that's why the black Moon Lilith meaning something different for males and females is the number 8 myth that needs to end. All right. Now, let's get to the PrIcElEs number 7 myth that needs to end in astrology. All right. It's been a chill vibe today. I should be back tomorrow and Friday, but we'll see. So, staying on a deeper level, number 7 on the list of the PrIcElEs top 10 myths that need to end is the misconception that Chiron always equals abuse. No. No. Now, Chiron does represent a wound that needs to be healed, but that can mean a lot of different things. See, that wound's not always caused by abuse. Sometimes it's caused by ignorance or indulgence. Sometimes you've been spoiled, so you're lazy. Sometimes nobody taught you right, so you're ignorant. Sometimes you're codependent. Sometimes you've been sheltered. Yeah. All of that. Now, sometimes it is abuse. Sometimes it is addiction. Yeah. No, Chiron is the wounded healer, but Chiron, as I've told you before, is also a warrior, a poet, a teacher, a son, a husband. Chiron is a lot of stuff, but this is a painful realization. You could be anything. You just gotta figure out what's holding you back. That's the truth with Chiron. What's up, fam? Yeah, that's the truth with Chiron. Chiron doesn't always equal abuse. So when you read somebody's chart, I don't want you to see their Chiron placement and automatically automatically assume that that's where somebody abused them. The Black Moon Lilith might represent some form of abuse. But sometimes, nobody has to assault you. Sometimes you can neglect yourself. Sometimes somebody could spoil you. Sometimes you can develop a complex where you're better than, so you can't never correct yourself. Yeah. Sometimes you're greedy, materialistic. Sometimes you need to find out your self-worth that's separate from material things, separate from other people's opinions. Sometimes you need to realize you always take it too far. That's why you're in the complicated situations that you're in, because you don't know how to stop. Maybe you realize you're ungrateful. That's why people don't want to fuck with you, because you don't appreciate shit. Sometimes you're pessimistic. But in order for to realize that you're pessimistic, you then have to go into the layers that, why are you pessimistic? And through dealing with that, you get a level of understanding. And through dealing with that level of understanding, then you can thus give the gift that keeps on giving. That means talking to other people about it, help them get through their shit. Chiron's not always abuse. Sometimes it's misuse. Sometimes it's neglect. Sometimes it's you thinking you're too good. Sometimes it's hate. It's avarice. It's malice. It's gluttony, it's greed. But you have to figure out what it is for you. That's what Chiron is about. Healing a wound, working on some shit and making it better. And through doing that, you make things better for other people. You can help anybody. You can fucking help anybody. Once you've helped yourself, once you've healed that wound, you're capable of doing anything. Healing, inspiring, teaching, creating, fighting, living, enjoying, manifesting. But first you have to confront those things inside of you, those wounds that need to be healed. I'm not religious, but my favorite, it's not my favorite, but one of my favorite biblical verses comes from the Gospels. And in this parable, Christ says, how can I get a needle out of your eye when I have a log in my own? See, that also makes me think about an experience I had with death when I was younger. Not me personally, but with a friend of mine. There's another time I saw and experienced death. And I've told only a few people about this, but when I was 9 or 10 years old, me and my cousin Lazarus and his brother Granville, I know those are crazy names, but that's their name. But yeah, my Lazarus and Granville, which were my cousins, they're both, Lazarus is a year older than me. Granville is a year or 2 years older than him. We went to our friend Jeremy's house. Jeremy lived on a little plot of land on the edge of town, and they had a big tank on their land. And when I say tank, I mean like a big pond. It's a stock tank, though. It's stocked with fish. And it's like, I would say 50 yards across, going in either direction. So I would say, yeah, it has like a diameter of 50 or 60 yards. There's a pier or a little dock on there, and there's a little rowboat that we used to mess around with. Jeremy lived there, but Jeremy cannot swim. All of us are biracial, or in their eyes, African American, and Jeremy is a white kid. And so we would go over there. Our cousin, our aunt and uncle, or really our Uncle Thomas, used to take us over there, because he would go deal with them, and we would be riding with my Uncle Thomas, which is, well, he's my Uncle Thomas. He's Granville and Lazarus' grandfather. And so we would ride. I always went over to Uncle Thomas's. And so we rode over there. We go get Jeremy. We go out. We're messing around on the tank, and we decide we're going to take the rowboat out. Jeremy tells us several times that he cannot swim. Okay? He tells us several times that he cannot swim. We go out anyway in the rowboat. As soon as we get out in the rowboat, Lazarus and Granville start playing, and they start splashing water up. And so as we're rocking the boat and splashing water, just playing with Jeremy, and they're just kids. They don't understand what they're doing. They're just playing with Jeremy, and we're all just playing, and they're acting like they're rocking the boat. And I don't think any of us really thought he couldn't swim. And none of us knew how deep the tank was either. But after 5 or 10 minutes of us splashing and playing, the boat started taking on water. The rowboat started taking on water. And so it's going to sink, and it's going to capsize. Like, it took on enough water, and there's 3 of us. There shouldn't be all of us in there anyway. But there's actually 4 of us in there, and Granville's kind of chubby. And so it takes on water, and we're in the middle. And we're like, damn, immediately Lazarus jumps out. I'm swimming. That bitch is going to sink. Jeremy stands up and starts freaking out, says, I can't fucking swim. I can't swim. And I don't know if he's cussing, but because he was only 10. But he's saying, I can't swim. I can't swim. I can't swim. And he's freaking out for real. Granville jumps in the water. Y'all better get out of there. That bitch is going to sink. Y'all better come on, come on. And it's not far. I can't swim very well, but I immediately realized this bitch is really sinking. We got to get out of here. And so I get out. Jeremy's standing in the middle of the thing. He's standing in the middle, and he's going, I can't swim. I can't swim. What do I do? What about me? What about me? And they're like, just jump in. We got you. Just jump in. We got you. And so Jeremy jumps in. Immediately starts drowning. Lazarus swims over there and goes under to try to save Jeremy. Me and Granville get to shore, which wasn't far, but like I said, it's like 50 yards. Now it's far. No, it's a little ways. But me and Granville get to shore. After a few minutes, they're splashing around. Lazarus comes up. Jeremy never comes up. When Lazarus gets over there, we said, what happened? Because we saw him splashing and struggling. And Lazarus said, he was drowning me. He was drowning me. And he was like, he was like, I was drowning. And he was like, he kicked off of me. I said, we were kids. I said, you pushed him. He said, no, man. He said, I swear. He was crying. He said, I swear. He said, he looked at me and he kicked off of me. He said, I think he knew he was drowning me. And so what's sad is Jeremy died that day. He never came up. We sat there for 30 minutes just looking at the water, hoping he came up or something. He never came up. Then us as 3 black kids had to go and tell these white people that their son had drowned in their pond. And we all saw it. And then the police came and they did this big log on this. They put the log on this chain on the back of this truck. And they just like, and eventually his body came up, but they were just like dragging it at the bottom. And it was only probably 8 or 9 feet deep in the middle. But Jeremy died. But that leads me back to this where Jeremy, if no matter what happened, if Lazarus was drowning and Jeremy realized at some point that he had, like he was drowning him. And what's the use of both of them drowning? So with Chiron and with this, and mine happens to be in my 8th house with my black Moon Lilith. That's the truth. My Chiron is in Gemini in the 8th house too. And so they're 2 degrees apart. My black Moon Lilith is 13 degrees Gemini in my 8th house. My Chiron is really on the 8th and 9th house cusp at 15 degrees. So they are conjunct to each other. But, and his parents hate us to this day. But when you think about that, you think about, hey man, a lot of the times we have to work on our shit. We have to realize what the situation is and what's salvageable. And that's an experience in itself. And then through that, through healing that wound, I can then tell y'all about these experiences. See, I've went through that with my mom. I've went through that situation with Jeremy. And then having those experiences has allowed me to come here and share those experiences with y'all. And even the funny stories I tell y'all, all the stuff. I've went through so much crazy stuff that I can relate so many things with y'all. I can relate to so many things that I speak about with y'all. And through speaking about these and being able to relate with you, not only does it help me heal my trauma, but it also gives y'all insight into these placements and teaches y'all and helps y'all understand through the stuff I went through. Do you get what I'm saying? See, that's the thing with Chiron too. The Black Moon Lilith made me be able to survive situations like that. But Chiron made me be able to learn from them and be able to teach about those type of things. Like, that's the truth. It's a trip. I've had to develop a level of understanding that I'm not so comfortable with. That I'm not so sure is healthy even. Hold on, y'all. I gotta stand up real fast. My bad. But yeah, man, it's a trip in its own right. That's Chiron. It's not necessarily that somebody abused me. It's that I went through these experiences, these excruciating experiences that have allowed me to be able to teach and communicate with them. It's funny that it's Gemini. But do you get what I'm saying, though? Chiron is not always abuse. Chiron just represents a wound that needs to be healed, and it shows you the way to heal it. And through healing your wound, you can also help others heal theirs. It's a gift that keeps on giving. Even if it's not directly, even if you're not teaching like I am. Once again, it brings me back to the fact that if you're working on your shit, then the world is a better place. You working on your shit is the best thing for the world. But Chiron doesn't always mean abuse. When people say abuse, they say, like one time I was reading something about my Chiron being in the 9th house. And the first thing the astrologer said was, one of your teachers or somebody abused you, or somebody made you feel stupid. And nobody's ever made me feel stupid. I've always been told how intelligent I am. No. I don't have any problem communicating. No, the answer is communication. That's the difference. So you just have to look at it from a different perspective in that way. If possible. If possible. But yeah. The fact that Chiron is not abuse is number 7 on the list of the PrIcElEs top 10 myths that need to end. Chiron is not abuse. Chiron represents a wound that needs to be healed, but that's not always caused by somebody abusing you. You could be abusing yourself. You could be neglecting something. You could be ignoring something. You could be spoiled. You could have where somebody might make you bigoted because of what you were taught religiously or what you were raised up being misrepresented. It goes like that. You don't know. Sometimes people realize, damn, my family isn't healthy for me. Damn, my parents were racist. Damn, you know what I mean? Like, there's so much to it. Damn, one of my parents is a liar. Damn, I sold myself in school because I was lazy. Damn, I have a hard time taking accountability because people always took care of things for me, like my sister. She has Chiron in Gemini too. But for her, it's in her 7th house. And let me tell you, a lot of that boils down to she had problems learning growing up. She actually did. But why? Not because she was dumb, but because I spoke for her from a very early age. I was so adept at communication that if you asked my sister something when she was 3 years old, I would answer. Oh, she wants this. Oh, she said this is what she thinks. And so she never really developed her own understanding. And a lot of times with her schoolwork and with things like that, I just did it for her, or I just told her the answer. I never told her how to get the answer. I told her the answer. And that hindered her in her educational process. It hindered her in communication with people. She didn't develop great communication skills on her own because I was always talking for her. You see what I'm saying? But yeah, that's the truth. Leah F. Baby, you said you have a question. What does Sun and Moon and Saturn and Pisces in the 7th house? Gives you a lack of boundaries that makes relationships hard. And so till you grow up and get more mature and develop more sound boundaries, you can have some crazy relationship experiences, but your relationships are really important to you and you are capable of unconditional love. So eventually you will get a great relationship, but you got to not lose faith. And you got to stop believing the best about everybody that doesn't warrant it. Because yeah, there's always a lofty potential, but that doesn't always manifest, nor do people always want it to. So it's like you can see the best in people, and you want things for them that they might not even want for themselves. And then you get your feelings hurt when they don't fulfill those expectations. But the problem is you didn't have expectations. Then you also have a lack of boundaries with people. And so that just makes your relationships really hard because you give of your whole self. You'll give your whole heart to somebody, and you'll help them in any way possible. And then when they don't live up to what they could be or what you thought they could, then it ends up in heartbreak. And so you just have to develop sound boundaries and realize what's worthy of putting your attention on or your love into, and that helps out with that. I hope that answers your question. Now, just vibe. Yeah. This has been a chill live today, and I'm cool with that. Now, let's get into number 6 on the list of the PrIcElEs top 10 myths that need to end when it comes to astrology. And the number 6 myth that needs to end when it comes to astrology is this misconception that the 8th house is sex. Oh no, baby. It's much deeper than that. No, the 8th house is intensity, intimacy. It's kinks and fetishes. It's that primordial part of us where passion burns. It's where we have soul merging experiences. That's not sex. Sex is in the 5th house. That's fucking. What this here is intimacy. Sometimes uncomfortable intimacy. The 8th house is depth. The 8th house is where you experience le petit mortit, the little death. That's in that moment where you and whoever you're merging with, they bond together. I appreciate the CashApp love, Aaliyah Fowler. I respect it. But yeah. Yeah, I appreciate it. Aaliyah F, baby. Some of y'all should follow suit. But yeah, the 8th house is not sex, simply. It's much deeper than that. It's a specific type of experience. It's those experiences that you had with people that shaped your life. It's those intimate exchanges where you were never the same afterwards. The 8th house does have death, but so does the 7th house and the 4th house. Just so you know. The 8th house is transformation, death, depth, rebirth, regeneration, intensity, crisis. It's kink, it's fetish, it's secret, it's occult, which also means hidden. Yeah. That's the 8th house. See, my moon is in the 5th house. I've had a lot of sex. But with my black moon Lilith in the 8th house, I haven't had a lot of intimate experiences. I've had sex with lots of people, and it was great sex. It was fun. but it's real hard for me to be intimate. I struggle with intimacy. I've had so much sex that intimacy is hard to fathom. So yeah. That's the 8th house. The 8th house ain't just sex, it's deeper than that. It's that primordial part of us where passion burns. It's intensity and intimacy. It's those experiences that you have that change you forever. Yeah. Can you dig it? A reflection, or Miss Colston, please dismiss, what's this person's name? J.R. Ewing for me. I love Charles. You worry about the wrong thing. The moon is in Leo. I'm letting my mane hang. What you need to do is mind your business. Feels weird. Could I just yank on it like that? Probably. It's certainly possible, isn't it? But yeah, the fact that the 8th house is not just sex. Really, the 8th house isn't where you have sex. It's something much deeper than mere sex. Is the myth that needs to end at number 6 on our list. Now, let's get to number 5. Number 5 on the list of the PrIcElEs top 10 myths that need to end with astrology. This is this misconception that Libra is dumb. No. Libra might play ditzy. But this is cardinal air. Don't get it twisted. This is high intellect. This is objectivity. This is a beautiful mind. Libras are abstract thinkers. You have people that think Libras are ditzy or airheaded. No, they play that way. They play that way. What they're really doing is observing, learning you. You could even say it's a manipulation tactic. They allow you to think what you want to think because that allows them to operate up under the radar. But no. Libra is cardinal air. They understand things that you might not ever fathom. Not only do they communicate well, they communicate beautifully. I don't know where you get this misconception that Libras are like Elle Woods. Oh no. That's more Leo. Libras are lawyers. Libras are counselors, advisors. Libras are the type of people that people come to for advice. Sagittarius, inspiration. But you go to a Libra for advice because they know how to disconnect their feelings from that situation and look at things objectively. and give you an abstract answer that is right. Not because that's what they want, but because that's what's right. And Libras know how to articulate with the best of them. They know how to elaborate beautifully. And they can easily see their charm turn into a form of self-seeking manipulation. Libras are highly intelligent. Libra energy brings intelligence. It's cardinal air. It might not bring a lot of courage, but it brings charm and intelligence. You can even look at somebody who's brash. Let's look at the late, great Bernie Mac. Bernie Mac is a Libra, and he doesn't fit any of those Libra stereotypes, you know. But what you do see with him is somebody who has a certain charm to him. He even came across as an asshole, but he had a certain charm to him. I have a son that's a Libra. Well, he's a Libra sun, Gemini moon. And he's 13 years old. And he just and the Gemini moon isn't what does it. He loves to talk, and he's very fond of the things that he's saying. His brother's a Gemini moon also, and he's quiet. He's a Leo sun, Gemini moon. And he's more stoic. But my Libra sun, Gemini moon, he's a delight to speak to. He's charming. He understands things. He speaks well. He's polite. He understands the dynamics of conversation. And so you see that play out with Libra. Libra is not dumb. They might play ditzy, but this is cardinal air. This is high intellect. This is a beautiful mind. And that's why Libras being dumb is number 5 on the list of our PrIcElEs top 10 myths that need to end in astrology. Now, getting to number 4. Numero 4, before we go anymore. This is another one of the signs that we have to address. Number 4 on the list of the PrIcElEs top 10 myths that need to end is this misconception that Pisces is weak. What? No, Pisces is literally the strongest out of all of the signs. Period. You want me to tell you how? Because it's the cumulative, collective energy of all of the 11 signs that came before it. Pisces have a little bit of everything else. Pisces is literally the strongest sign. Sometimes they feel things so strongly that they just want to get away from it. You can find Pisces that do everything. First thing people think of is musicians and artists and drug addicts and all this. But what about Floyd Mayweather? Pisces. Is a fighter. If not Floyd Mayweather, Errol Spence Jr. Pisces. Pisces can do anything. They can do everything. They just have to believe it. That's the truth. And people have this thing where Pisces plays victim. No. Pisces lacks boundaries, so they end up victims. Pisces is everything. I'm not even going to elaborate on it any further. Pisces cannot be weak. Pisces is the accumulation of all of the signs that came before it. Pisces is literally the strongest out of all of the signs. It has a little bit of each one of the signs. Some of the best parts, some of the worst parts. Pisces is everything. Sometimes it's too much. So much you just want to get away from it. That's Pisces. Pisces can't be weak. And that's the reason why Pisces being weak is number 4 on the list of the PrIcElEs top 10 myths that need to end when it comes to astrology. Yeah. Pisces is actually the epitome of strength. You just have a delusion of what strength is. You can feel hopeless, but you're not weak. Now let's get to number 3. And this is one of my favorite things to tell people about, especially to my students. Number 3 on the list of the PrIcElEs top 10 myths or trends that need to end with astrology is this misconception that people are constantly speaking on, saying that Saturn gives gifts. Saturn ain't giving you shit. No. You earn everything where Saturn is involved. You earn it. See, people think when I say Saturn doesn't give gifts that that means there's nothing that good comes from it. No, there's plenty good that comes from it. But you get it. You earn it. Saturn is cold-blooded. Saturn don't give a fuck. Saturn will kill you and watch you die. Saturn is about mastery, time, toughness, grit, perseverance, resilience. You take everything with Saturn. Saturn gives nothing. That's what people need to understand. You're not getting gifts. Oh, if you do this, then I'm going to give you this. No, you earned this. You took this. You made this. This is Saturn. You don't get a trophy for completing a race. You get a trophy for winning it. If you get a participation trophy, that ain't worth nothing. That ain't worth shit. When you earn something, it has value to you. That's the truth. Saturn is cold and hard. It gives nothing. You earn everything. If you got something from Saturn, it's because you earned it. It's yours. You might even created it. And the same thing with bad stuff. And yes, I absolutely do readings. Send me an email at mr.turner1300@gmail.com and I'll send you a price list. But yeah, it's in the description, but mr.turner 1300@gmail.com. Now, Saturn isn't in the business of handing you anything. It's not a reward system. It's not even consequence. Sometimes you're just handling your responsibility, and it's your responsibility to do so. Sometimes you get nothing. You're just doing what you're supposed to fucking do. Sometimes you're just grinding. Sometimes there is no reward. Oh, if you do this, Saturn gonna give you this. Saturn ain't gonna give you a motherfucking thing. If you do this, you earn that. You made it. You created it. You took it. That's the truth. Saturn don't give anything, and that doesn't mean good doesn't come from dealing with Saturn. It means whatever came with Saturn is something that you earned. It wasn't given. Nothing is given. Yeah. Just Saturn. Sometimes people put in a lifetime of work and all they get is more hardship. All they get is more hardship. Sometimes people give something their all, and all they're faced with is dissatisfaction. So what you find solace in is the fact that you gave your all, that you went hard. You know that what you're capable of, that you can keep going harder. See, sometimes that's all you get is what you got. Sometimes the only reward you get is that now you know you're capable of taking an insane amount of pain. I remember when they used to say, if it don't kill you, it makes you stronger. Man, I don't want... Man, I don't want those type of experiences. My goal in life wasn't to become tougher. No. Saturn it brings pressure. And pressure is either gonna bust your pipe or make a diamond out of you. And if you become a diamond, you weren't gifted a diamond. You are the diamond. If your pipe bust, then you was too weak to sustain anyway. You was never gonna make it. You didn't get a reward for trying. You fucking died. Saturn puts pressure on a lot of people. Some people kill themselves. Some people wither away. Some people persevere, and the perseverance alone is the only solace that they get. The only thing they get is that they didn't die. Life didn't all of a sudden open up for them and they got better and they all of a sudden became millionaires and they were successful. And no, that's not how it goes for everybody. You realize you get what you earn. You live and you learn. Saturn doesn't give gifts. And that's the number 3 myth that needs to end when it comes to astrology. You earn everything. You master something. You create something. You become something. But nothing is handed to you. This isn't a reward. It's an award. Do you understand? See, there's a difference in a reward and an award. And sometimes an award is a title. You're the BMF champion, Max Holloway. He got a nice bonus, but do you get what I'm saying from that? That's an award. That's an award. He was rewarded nothing. He earned everything. Justin Gaethje was it. or however you pronounce his name, he was in that fight just the same. He didn't get no bonus. He didn't knock Max out. Max knocked him out. He got paid his joint, whatever he got paid to show up. He fought through that whole fight. He didn't become the BMF champion. He didn't get that bonus. You understand? He went through the same thing that Max went through. Max went harder. Max earned something. He took something. That's crazy, huh? Think about it like that. Like, they both went through that same fight, man. 5 rounds. Max won. He earned that. He went harder. He didn't just persevere. He became that. He is the baddest motherfucker. He earned that award. Think about it like that. Saturn didn't give you shit. You made it. You created it. You took it. You earned it. Now, let's get to number 2. Number 2 on the list of the PrIcElEs top 10 myths that need to end when it comes to astrology. Oh, shit. This is the misconception that synastry equals compatibility. No. No, 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 no. Looking at the synastry between two people can give you an idea of the compatibility between them, but it doesn't tell the full tale. See, synastry is an energetic analysis. You hear me? It can be contradictory. And to be honest with you, different aspects can mean different things between different people. You can have some people who have Mars square to Pluto and they have a dangerous or abusive relationship. You have some people who have Mars square to Pluto and they have a very sexual and dynamic relationship. Some people have both. You have some people who have Venus opposite Saturn, and it feels like that relationship is too hard. You have some people who have Venus opposite to Saturn, and they have one of those type of relationships that matures over time. It appreciates with value. Through those relationship lessons, they develop something that's better and more solid than the things that other people might have. Their relationship ends up having a maturity to it. I don't think you hear me, though. Yeah. Synastry is not compatibility. Having synastry with somebody means that y'all have energetic connections. Y'all have some synastry with each other. That can be good synastry or bad synastry. And different aspects mean different things. Sometimes the same aspect can mean different things between two different couples. That's the truth. There can be so many things that are contradictory. And then you could have something in a synastry chart where one aspect says one thing, and then the very next aspect says something completely contradictory. You could have Moon trying to Mercury. And that means there's a natural understanding and y'all don't hurt each other's feelings. But then right after that, you can also have somebody who has Moon opposite to Mars or Moon square to Mars. And that means that they have a hard time getting along. Or Mercury square to Mars, and that means that they talk crazy to each other. Or there's the possibility of verbal abuse, or it could be where that person is just really strongly affected by the other person's words. So it just goes a bunch of different ways. You cannot look at synastry as a guidebook to compatibility. What you have to look at it as an energetic analysis. You're looking at how the different energies in y'all's charts affect each other. And then through that, you could probably come to a cumulative understanding of if those people are compatible. But synastry as a whole, it's not reliable when it comes to compatibility. All it can do is tell you how different aspects of each person affects the other person. Because you have some things that in every synastry chart that are going to be awesome, and then you're going to have some things that just seem like this is a fucking strain. You feel me? So what you gonna do? Sorry. You can do it with children. You can do it with co-workers. You can do it with friends. It's not always compatibility as far as relationship analysis either. And it's not always the most accurate way to analyze whether you and a person are going to get along or y'all are compatible, because some of that stuff is y'all's natal chart influence on each other. A lot of times, some of our natal traits are things that we've grown into or grown out of over time. So you might want to do a synastry between two progress charts, but then you also have to understand some of those progressions don't go very deep, because some of those things haven't moved once you go beyond Mars. But once with progressions, you could easily look at those as projections. And so synastry does not equal compatibility. It's just an energetic analysis, and you have to look at it as such if you want it to be something that's useful in your understanding y'all's dynamics within your relationship. Synastry, more than compatibility, is giving you an understanding of how y'all affect each other in different ways. If that tends to make more sense. Just a second. You gotta stand up for a second. But yeah, that's the thing with synastry. And all that's why synastry not being compatibility is number 2 on the list of the PrIcElEs top 10 trends that need to end. Now let me get to number 1. We've already been here for 3.5 hours, and so I'm only gonna be here for maybe 20, 30 more minutes, and then I gotta go. So, damn. Number 1 on the list of the PrIcElEs top 10 myths that need to end when it comes to astrology. This is this. This right here is the misconception that the sun sign is the most important placement in the chart. No. For some reason, our sun sign in Western astrology is how we're labeled. But that's not the most important sign in the chart. The moon sign is the most important sign in the chart. And the ascendant point is the most significant point in the chart. See, the ascendant, more than a placement, is an angle. It's a point on the chart. It's where the chart starts. It's the doorway to that individual. It's their projection or their personality. And the ascendant, once you have the birth time and you know where the ascendant is, it puts everything else into place. It sets the table for that chart. It puts the houses into play. You feel me? And so through that, we get another look at the fact that the moon sign is the most important because of proximity. the moon has the closest proximity in relation to us here on Earth. No matter what the moon is for real, and I'm not going to speculate, but the moon has the strongest effects on our moods and personality on a day-to-day basis. The moon has the strongest effect of what the energy here on Earth is doing. The moon sets the tone. So whatever sign the moon is in, that sets a certain energetic tone. Whatever sign the sun is in is how you play that out. Now, the sun sign is not the most important, but the aspects that the sun make are the most prominent. So the aspects that the sun make are most prominent. The moon sign is most important. The ascendant point in the chart is the most significant point in that chart because it puts everything else into play. The moon sign is the most important because that's what it really is. That's the mood. That's the temperature. That's the emotions. That's how you feel. That's the internal part of it. It's the most important thing. It's the instincts. The sun is the ego or the expression. All right. Now the aspects that the sun make shine light on everything else in the chart. If we can understand that. And that brings a whole nother dynamic into it. So the aspects that the sun make are most prominent. The moon sign is most important. The ascendant point is the most significant. The sun sign is not the most important placement in the chart. And even in Vedic astrology, you go by your moon nakshatra. Your moon is more who you are because that's your mind. That's how your mind operates, or even how you express your emotions in a way also. But aren't they connected? Either way. It's the motor. The sun is the driver. But a driver is not going anywhere without the motor. So you have a motor. And then the ascendant is the vehicle. You need all of them to operate together. But they all mean different things. The vehicle you use to get from place to place and to get through each day is the ascendant point. The motor to this vehicle, what pushes and drives all of this, is the moon. Or what powers it, not drives it. Because the sun is the driver. It's the expression. And in Western astrology, that's what you're labeled as. You're a Gemini. Or you're a Cancer. Or you're a Libra. Or you're an Aquarius. And so people get into those, once again, those labels. Where in Vedic astrology, you're Sharabhisha Nakshatra. You are Anuradha Nakshatra. You feel what I'm saying? You're Dahanista. And so with those give you a whole nother depth of understanding. But the sun sign is not the most important, even though that's what we get labeled by. And that's where people get so caught up in this mundane astrological understanding that they have. And that hinders them from really getting an understanding of who they are. You want to know about you and how you tick, you got to look at the moon sign. Your instinctive responses, your emotions, the imagination that you have. Mercury is more like your attitude and your mental processing. You process your thoughts. You process things with Mercury, but your thoughts come from the moon. Your feelings and impulses create those thoughts. So there's that. You see how that plays out. And that's why the sun sign being the most important placement is the #1 myth that needs to end when it comes to astrology. For real. But yeah, that's the top 10. #1 is the myth that the sun sign is the most important placement. #2 is the myth that synastry equals compatibility. #3 is the myth that Saturn gives gifts. No, you earn everything. #4 is the myth or the misconception that Pisces is weak. No, Pisces is literally the accumulation of all of the 11 signs that came before it. Pisces can't be weak. Pisces is literally the strongest, even though that gets confused. #5 is the misconception or the myth that Libra is dumb. No, Libra is cardinal air. This is high intellect. This is a beautiful mind. This is an objective thinking process. Libra could never be dumb. Might play ditzy, but it ain't never dumb. Now, #6 was the myth or the misconception that the 8th house is sex. No, the 5th house is sex. The 8th house is intensity, intimacy, depth. It's that primordial passion that burns inside of us. It's those transformative experiences. It's where we experience true le petit mortit. It's kinks, it's fetishes. That is the 8th house. Now, #7 on the list of the PrIcElEs top 10 myths that needed to end is this misconception or this myth that Chiron equals abuse. No, Chiron represents a wound that needs to be healed. You hear me? Chiron represents something you need to work on. And that's not always caused by abuse. Sometimes it's ignorance or indulgence or neglect. Sometimes you're spoiled. There's a whole bunch of reasons why Chiron is there in your chart. You have to figure that out for yourself, and that's your first step to growth. Now, #8 on the list of the PrIcElEs top 10 myths that need to end in astrology was this myth or misconception that the black moon Lilith means something different for males and females. No, the black moon Lilith means something different for everybody. The black moon Lilith means something different from everybody. It's the shadow part of you. And that's created and derived from experiences that you had early on, for the cards you were dealt, for the shit that you felt, for the areas that you cried out but you never received any help. Yeah. That shit can be fucked up. But what can you do? Now, #9 on the list of the PrIcElEs top 10 myths that need to end was this misconception that Capricorn is daddy. No, Capricorn is the feminine manifestation of Saturn. And Saturn can be daddy-like, but Capricorn is matriarch energy. It's bad bitch energy. It's maleficent energy. That type of shit. Yeah. This is the Queen archetype. And then number 10 on the list of the priceless top 10 trends that needed to end, or the myths that we need to lift, is this foolish and superficial misconception that Sagittarius rising gives somebody a big booty. No, no, no. Sagittarius don't even rule the ass. Sagittarius rules the upper legs, the thighs, the hips. Libra rules the glutes. That's the truth. Libra rules the ass. Sagittarius rules those upper legs. So Sagittarius rising could give you long legs or wide hips or some type of exaggerated feature. It could even give you a smile on your face or a horse face at that. But you didn't get that ass from that Sagittarius rising. People equate that horse or that centaur with having a big ass. Oh, I'm a quarter horse. No. That has nothing to do with the ass. That's not what Sagittarius rising means. It really means that you're ruled by Jupiter. Jupiter is your chart ruler. So that gives expansive things. It can exaggerate things. So a lot of times when you see somebody with Sagittarius rising, they have some type of exaggerated feature. It might be a big booty. It might be long legs. It might be a long face. It might be a horse face. It might be a big smile. It might be all kinds of stuff. That's what you see with Sagittarius rising. Yeah. That's number 10. I wish I could go again, but I don't remember. I can't remember. Yeah. That's the list. If anybody has any questions before I go, we got about 15 minutes before I dip, so let's make it count, because then I'm out. Here's my baby. Come here. Come here. Come here. You see what I see on Aquarius. I mean, or if you're talking about Aquarius rising, they just look different than some other people. But if, you know, Aquarius sun isn't really going to reflect their look. Aquarius rules the shins. But I would say with somebody who has Aquarius rising, they're going to have something that makes their appearance deviate from the norm. And that can mean a lot of different things. It could be something superficial or something natural. Something supernatural. What you know about a supernatural feeling? I appreciate the love, Red Electric Skywalker. Deja. Who else got it? Who else got something else they want to speak on before we dip? Aries stellium equals a big head. Yeah, now I will say this. Them Aries placements is going to make that dome big in some way. The motherfucker might have a big head. They might have a big forehead. They might have a big shiny forehead. You're going to see them Aries placements in that head. Even Aries suns. That head going to be Homer Simpsoned up like a motherfucker. There's no such thing as a bad birth chart. I don't believe in that. You just have a unique chart that's different from other people's. I don't see bad birth charts. What about an 11th house stellium? With an 11th house stellium, you're a friend. Well, you might. It depends on if Saturn's there, but I mean, even then, like you have a lot of associations or friends, or your friend group is important to you. You could also have where you make a lot of money. You might not have a lot of money all the time, but you make a lot of money in your time because the 11th house rules gains. But more than anything else, when you have an 11th house stellium, that tells me that you're about getting involved with like-minded people, and y'all eventually want to accomplish something together. You worry about the wrong thing, Tempo. You said it's who gonna have a big head. Yeah, if you got Aries placements, Aries stellium, yeah, you're gonna have a big ass head. Watkins Cat House is bald headed. You said what house deals more with the subconscious, the 8th or the 11th? And what's the main difference between those two houses? I mean, the 8th or the 12th. I don't know why I said 11th. The 8th or the 12th. The 8th house is the subconscious. I would say the 12th house is the unconscious. It's that stuff that's just beyond your conscious awareness. I also would say that the 12th house is it's more spiritually oriented, where the 8th house is more visceral. And I mean, the 8th house is a lot more intense. The 12th house is a lot more mystical. The 8th house is secret or secretive. The 12th house is unknown. What you're keeping secret and what you don't know are two totally different things, but they're both dangerous to you. The 12th house is self-undoing. The 8th house is crisis. The 12th house is everything. The 8th house is where you share. It's a place of sharing. So there's a lot of differences. Fantasy Flower Child, you said you're a Pisces Libra moon in the 8th house. How do you express your emotions? You don't really have emotion. I mean, you're a Pisces moon, so you're sensitive, but you're not really emotional. You have a Libra moon. Libra moons are unemotional. You're nice and you're tolerant, but you think about how you feel more than you feel how you feel, and you're just not as much as you have going on emotionally. You don't really express it very well. You're just kind of nice, and you kind of just wait for somebody to make you feel some type of way, or make for something to make you feel some type of way. So a lot of the times, you're not as emotional as people would expect you to be. Not with Libra, but you are very tolerant. You're very cool. Like with that Pisces sun, that Libra moon, you are very fucking cool. You lay back, you chill. But as far as expressing your emotions go, somebody usually has to bring that out of you. It has to be triggered by something. You don't readily express your emotions. You don't even readily feel your emotions. They're there, but you're more observant of them because you're such an objective person. And even with Pisces there, you can detach yourself from it and observe your emotions while they're there. And so a lot of the times you think about how you're feeling more than you actually express how you're feeling. I need a few more of y'all to hit that like button before I get mad and go home. We got 10 more minutes. Let's make it count. I'm out in 10 minutes. It's been 4 hours.
What'd you say?
But yeah. That's what I would say. And in the eighth house, you feel everything deeply. You're very observant of it. You don't express everything easily. But if you let somebody in, you let them in all the way with no boundaries. Let me say that. If you decide to let, with that eighth house stuff going on, then especially your moon there, if you let anybody in, you let them in completely. Hold on, my son's here. Junior! You guys a recorder. Take Chief out. Yeah, he's been in here all day. Come here, let me see.
This?
Yeah, come here. That's your recorder from school?
Mm-hmm.
You already told her you've been practicing?
She said if you, she only taught us 2 holes. You go this hole with your thumb, and this one with your first hand, and you hold that like that, and you go like that. Just play it.
Okay. Well, you can show me how to play it in a minute. I love you. Take the dog out. No. Richard Martinez. Do the balls come off your chin when the dick comes out? That's what I need to know. If not, shut the fuck up. Anyway, you said Venus in Taurus versus Venus in Libra versus Venus in Pisces. Venus in Taurus is very sensual, but Venus in Taurus does assess people in situations with material value. They will judge you if you broke. They also have a certain level of taste that they want to maintain. Venus in Libra is class. It's finesse. It's tolerant. It's all about doing what's best for both of y'all. Venus in Pisces is sacrificial, and it's capable of unconditional love and capable of deep sacrifices for love, and it's willing to tough it out. Venus in Libra is more or less about the relationship, not about the individuals involved in the relationship. The relationship and the appearance that the relationship presents is very important. With Venus in Taurus, that's a very sensual energy, but at the same time, there is a certain level of taste that has to be maintained, or there's not going to be interest that's valuable. Yep, you're catching the end, Heather Nielsen. 13 Moon Lilith, where the fuck you been? You came in at the end too. You said Mercury conjunct Lilith. First of all, I think, you know what Spirit tells me to say. There's a lot that goes into the book. Just now, Spirit wanted me to say, like, sometimes you speak your mind in a way that other people won't, and that's sexy, but it also can intimidate people, and it could also mean that your mind is a dark place in its own right, you know, and you're very intelligent, clever, even very observant, and that makes you dangerous. And I would say that you can say things sometimes that you don't necessarily mean, but they're still true. So yeah. Now, what about Chiron and Cancer in the 4th house? Family stuff. I don't know how to look at it, but it's family stuff that made you not really... the way you were raised, for some reason, made you not easily express your emotions. Even though you are very sensitive, sometimes you feel stifled emotionally because you were taught to be tough, or somebody made you feel weak for showing how you feel. And so with that Chiron there, like, you have to learn how to express your feelings, and that allows you to love your family more and be more proud of your family and take care of you. But a lot of your family stuff, like, it's not always out of true love. Sometimes it just feels like you're stuck with people out of responsibility. Oh, in transit. Mercury, retrograde, conjunct your Black Moon Lilith. Same thing, like, you're entertaining stuff that you normally wouldn't entertain. You could be more sharp than usual. You're a lot more intuitive, but you also are very very quick to speak on shit that you normally wouldn't be so quick to speak on. You get agitated really fast. You can get into arguments with people. The black, you know, all of that shit right there creates some bullshit. Lilith opposing the moon. With Lilith opposing your moon, there's some shadow parts of yourself that don't really come out until your situations where people make you feel some type of way. Like, you're usually really good at controlling that black moon Lilith aspect, but like, there's certain situations in relationships and sometimes emotional responses have you acting out of character sometimes. And then people didn't even think you were capable of acting like that or being like that, but you were. But back to the 13 moon Lily. Yeah, with Mercury retrograde conjuncture Lilith, like, sometimes you can just, right now, you're just going to say some shit. You don't give a fuck about if they want to hear it or the effects of it. And in that moment, it's not even that it seemed like a good idea because you didn't even think. You just expressed. But that can create some conflicts, but it also can show me that you can get agitated a lot really easily right now, too. What's up, Dust? Ooh-wee. We here with it. So does anybody else have anything to say? We got about 3 more minutes and I'm out. I've been here for 4 hours. So I appreciate all your love and support. For any of y'all that are interested in any astrological readings, don't get at me in these comments. Get at me in my email, which is mr.turner1300@gmail.com. And I offer a whole plethora of services. You just got to get at me and I'll send you a price list, which tells you everything I offer, and then we can talk about it from there. I'm going to try to be back tomorrow with a little bit of just chilling and answering questions. I probably won't even do the transits very deeply tomorrow. I might just speak on them real quick and then I'll open the floor for questions. But it just depends on how I'm feeling physically. If not, I'll definitely be here on Friday. I will be here on Friday. Dust, red blazers, and blue eons. Yes, I have been watching WWE. I love it right now. Or it's about to suck for a while because everybody that's been around is going to be out for some months. But I'm looking at the evolution of the bloodline storyline, and that's the one thing that got me back into it. So yeah, I'm invested in the bloodline storyline. Yeah, I ain't trying to split no payments. Even if I had a website, I probably wouldn't have that option. But yeah, that is what it is. Does anybody have anything they need to say? You need to speak now or forever hold your peace. I haven't been seeing them use astrology. I haven't been paying attention to that. Oh, you talking about subtleties. I thought you mean openly speaking on it and shit. I was like, what? I've been paying attention. But I don't like everybody. I came from that attitude era, so, and before that, so I have very high standards for professional wrestling. Y'all have a good day too. I gotta go push my hernia in. But yeah, it just depends on how I feel tomorrow, and we'll go from there. Yeah, Rhea Ripley's out right now. She got, I know I saw last night, she said she got hurt, so she gave up the title and shit. That's an interesting way to go. Yeah, I get paid up front. But yeah, Rhea Ripley, I think that's building up into Jay Cargill and a storyline with Jay Cargill and Bianca Belair. I think eventually that the way they're building up Jay Cargill is to be that formidable opponent opposite to Rhea Ripley. But first, they're gonna have to have that beef with Jade and Bianca at some point. They're gonna have to turn on each other, and I hope it's actually Bianca that turns heel because they need her to do that. But yeah, that's beside the fact. I love y'all. I appreciate your love and support. I'm out. I'll see you again.